cloud technology and information security, and blockchain technology and distributed computing. The College of Engineering and Technology is
Understood. Now facilities are you can do any amount of. You are while reading, when they give you a long type of procedures, you can short it. How you can reduce the longer procedure? How you can think various problems? How can you help for the society? After all, the research outcome should help for the society. That's why nowadays they created SDG program, Sustainable Development Program. Any paper, at the end there should be some social benefit. So there you have to tag that paper which is Sustainable Development Program. You just go into Google, search what is SDG. What all the things can be connected. Related to that, you can select the topic. So that your paper easily published and it has got lot of weightage because you socially connected. Understood? From 2015 to 2030, now the whole world is waiting how to help for the people by maintaining the sustainable development. So the only possibility is you researchers. And whatever you do, is it connected and is it helpful for the society? That's a major thing. Other things are tools we are using. Understood? That part all of you plan very well. Then when you do research, it's a very simple story. What we have planned now for the coming new batch, there was before there is some rules. Now we made it very simple. One thing is to maintain your time. We don't want to drag your research for 4 to 5 to 6 years. If you properly work, it is within 3 years. Understood? So we have cut down all that 1 year program to 6 months. What is that 6 months? I'll tell you. First, today you are training over. You select your topic as soon as possible. At that topic, you have to question yourself. If I write this, if I do like, what will the outcome? Is it a perfect? If it is not a perfect, something you have to keep on question, and you ask the Google, what is that? There are a lot of publications come, then you get some idea. For that paper, there are so many cross references. Go through and read, spend 1 week on that. And all the paper you store, I used to take print out, underline, write each one what is important. Keep reading for 10 times, 15 times. Then I will make arrange to write the title. Once title is ready, how do you review that title has to come? That is your introduction and review. How do you review to get that title? How do you introduce that title? You only focus on, for example, the glycemic index changes in diabetic mellitus. Diabetic mellitus is one model. You can have glycemic index in your PCOD, glycemic index in hypertension, glycemic. What is glycemic index? Is your main topic. Like that, whatever you see, one model you select for your law or management or anything, language, you have selected a model. In that you are going to clarify the one problem. You understood? So the problem, it should be clarified using some model. Without model, problem will be, you cannot clarify the work. So that is why the selection should be very, very perfect. That title you are introducing, title how you selected is your review. You are going to say chronological order, this they done, in all the reference you write. Then you are going to, this particular point is not done, is mine, that's why you are selected. That is why you are aim and objective. Then to prove the title, what work you do? How do you do? For example, glycemic index in diabetic. Glycemic index, how many methods you do? First what you do is the clinical data about the subject. And we are saying, then glycemic index can be calculated by estimation of sugar, by estimation of glycated HB, so many methods I proved. Then this is associated with their pattern of food or other any parameters here. That's a third title. So title what you write, that is you have to select the objective, prove the title. Don't go away from the title. So objective is ready. Then objective, what is the method you use to prove the objective is in methodology. How do you prove the method? You have the methodology. You have to write a brief methodology. So in ICM or any this methodology they ask you to write more. Means if it is ethical is required, statistical, site of work, everything you have to mention. How did you collect, what tool you are used for example, non-ethical subjects, what tools you used, how did you search, all that you have to write in the methods. Methodology is big page. On 30 pages, on 10 pages is all methods, tools, what you are used to, whether it is clinical or non-clinical. Then after methodology, you are doing the conclusion and then the references. What references you write, the number already you write. This is the way we are preparing the synopsis. Did you understand all of you? So simply, once you prepare the synopsis, then you sit with the guide in the topic. Understood? You have selected some statistical analysis. Then you have what statistics you are applying for these to analyze. That statistics you study enough. You are not going to be a statistician. You are going to get a publication, paper and thesis in your topic. So what statistics you want to prove your objective and your title, that you have to collect from the references. In our reference they are used some statistics. You have to understand that statistics, how they did, what they did. This you have to learn. You understood? That real statistics is enough. So your synopsis will be an introduction, a review of the main objectives, and then you have methodology. In methodology, even statistics also comes. Then reference. You understood? This is. Then you are sitting the guide. Now we are going to do your statistics, your Swayam or Coursera, you are finished. That certificate you are not going to write to the exam. This year so much. Then second is these synopsis you have to, those required ethics they have to for ethical committee. Those are not required, you send for the scientific committee. Once, because scientific, depending on the whatever the quality is required, depending who is going to analyze, they will clear the title properly, objective. Then they will send you, that's your synopsis ready. Those who are non-ethical. Ethical, once scientific clear, it goes to the ethical committee. In the ethical committee, depending on the work, whether it is necessary to go to biosafety, because we have to waste the requirements. So these are the methods we have used, we will come. Then exam is on these synopses. What you are doing, we are 5 units we are doing. One unit, first unit is which topic you have prepared the synopsis. In that you have the structured questions for 20 marks. Another, what methods you are using to statistics to analyze your data, that is second 20 mark question. Understood? Third, if you have any other tools, reference tools you have used, that is one question. Like that we make 5 units according to the guide and the students sit together, make a syllabus and make 3 set of question paper and with your number you are submitting the controller. So out of 3 question paper, 1 you will get and you will have to write in the exam. This is only writing exam. And all of you have to prepare the log book. Suppose to as per the UGC, you have to meet throughout your journey 40 times your guide, part-timers. Full-timers are anyway they will with them. logbook, whenever you meet, whatever the workshop conduct, everything, you take a signature from the guide. Every day, whatever the reason you meet, you take the signature, 40 signature. And in this 6 months, about this journal, synopsis, how many papers you are studied, take and at least 5 to 6 papers related to your topic present in front of the guide. So the guide will say, you are journal presentation over. Why journal presentation? And don't blindly present. You see the title is perfect in that publication. See introduction wrote well. You see the review is perfect. What methods they are used. Whether statistics perfect. Whether the units are perfect. You have to analyze that paper. And at the end you have to write what is the title is perfect, introduction perfect, but he has left not included this or that. So 5 papers you analyze like that, you know how to write the paper. That's why journal term, not naam ke vaste. You have to learn by presenting the journal. You understand? But it is with you and your guide. So that you have to mention in the logbook. Then whatever course or exam, you take the xerox of the certificate and keep. Then in this, wherever there is a related conference is going on, take one review article, which is, you have to review your title properly with so many 100 articles. Then you justify by presenting the paper, review paper. So that is one presentation over. You understood? So conference presentation over. Then one review article you prepare here. So acceptance is enough. You prepare, send, get the acceptance. You understand? There are different types of reviewing articles. You have to see what type I can prepare. If you are well versed in the statistics, you can do meta-analysis, or you can do any other way of reviewing the article. After that, you are going to start your work, and once you finish the second doctoral committee, you see whether there is any scientific work is completed, you submit for the Scopus presentation. Another, if you are ready, by 4 reports, you submit. Then once your work is submitted, 4th report you can complete and say, I have finished. Then the doctoral committee will give you permission to prepare your thesis. And synopsis. Pre-synopsis is very important, more than the thesis, because 100% you are justified, yes, my thesis is perfect with the publication and that pre-synopsis. Then once we say you are 100% perfect, then you prepare your thesis and submit. You understood? Very, very simple. You simplify, make it very easy, and be happy and accept. This is a very simple word. Praise yourself. Yes, I am going to do this. It is perfect. This is easy. Like that. Don't make it complicated and think heavily. Like, make your mind very cool and happy. Okay? So this is the one introduction I just wanted you. So there are different types of research methodology, method, tools, data analysis, validity, ethics, collection of sample, everything. Throughout your journey, you will understand this. Okay, next. So why the research methodology important? Methodology, all the paper when you read, you will understand which method I have to adopt to prove my objective. That's all. Somebody else is proved so many others. Don't go for all the methods. To prove your objective, what is necessary? That's all the methodology. Understood? Next. Quality of research. This, by reading, you yourself, in your heart, you develop a quality. How my research should be, how my publication should be. Here, more than everything, one is language is very important. See, we are Indians. We are most of them middle class people. We may not be gone to the English medium because your age, time, less schools are available. So you use some tools for the language editing. Language is very, very important for publication. You understood? Language editing, you have to see whether how. Then statistical. Now there are so many tools for the statistics. Understood? So the best statistics which gives very significant report, you try. By reading the different articles, you get the idea. This statistics looks very good. This statistics good with it. You write, discuss with the statistician. They will help you. What statistics? These are all you have prepared within 6 months. So you are very clear about your work. Understood? You have to be very, very clear. Thorough, prepare, read, like that. There should not be any confusion. Understood? This you have to do surveys, whatever. Then whenever you do survey work or anything, there is a questionnaires. If you are preparing questionnaires, you have to validate it by the senior professors. If you are following any questionnaires, what is exist already in the other journal, you have to take a permission. Then we are using this questionnaire for the further work. So these are the certain points you have to remember. You understood? Then it will be smooth. Then surveys and the mixed methods are there, combine both qualitative. Quality means questionnaires and all qualitative work. Surveys and whatever. Quantity means how much. You understood? So if you add little sugar to the tea, it's a taste, the sugar is present. But how much is added, 1 gram added, 2 gram added, we are not to quantify. So like in other methods, for example, in the science method, wet lab method, quantitative work is very important. But other, for a language or any history, economics, you quality of the work also you do. Qualitative work, comparing the other data. So in that also surveys may give you quantitative. Whichever there is a number you need, then it become quantitative work. Experimental research, survey research, case studies, observational studies. So there are various types of studies. Now by research methodology, I think last online you had some idea you got, but by more than that, refer some articles, they clearly mention whether it is an observation study, whether it's a case study, or whether it's a survey research, whether it's an experimental research. All that by reading paper you will understand. It's mentioned in that. So easily you can pick up. So types of sampling, random sampling, you must have studied systematic sampling or stratified sampling or cluster sampling. What is the meaning you understand? Why is it necessary for my research? By reading article they have mentioned whether we are sampling is in this method. Easily you will understand. So you don't think that you are going to be a statistician or you are going to be a Nobel laureate. You in the research going to understand what is PhD coursework. It is a coursework. What are the points I am supposed to know? That's all you are going to do. All writing papers you know, statistic methods you know, reading journal you know, how to prepare synopsis you know, how to do the review work you know, how to select the object you know. This is what you learn here. Understood? Further, when you become guide, you learn more because your student more clever. They explain, oh, this is what I do. Then you started the learning. This is like a coursework. You understood? Always like that, no, you finished MSc or MBA, whatever. That time you are not very knowing all the things. Once you start teaching, you learn very much. Lot of things you learn. Yes or no? So when I started my journey in the beginning, as soon as MSc, I joined to teach. So when I was very small, 20 to 23. That time when I entered one class, I was explaining some formulas. One person asked, what is the molecular weight of one formula? Actually, I didn't know all that because huge knowledge has to be required, but it should be memorized and now the students ask some questions like encyclopedia, I'll answer for everything. So that they think it's not by practice. By practice, 1 day, 2 day, 3 days. By practice, we become very, very knowledgeable. You understood? So this is the key components of research methodology. Once you design your research, I told you very well, see while designing whether sampling is required, data collection method, data analysis technique, ethical is required. So ethics means what I will tell you. If you do only theoretical work, means all the published work you are putting together, you are analyzing it. But in case anything, physiotherapists are here, nursings are here, or engineers are here, or MBAs are there. If you are asking by some knowledge from any person, then you need ethics. You have no right to go and sit, I want all this answer, you answer my question. Then I have to take her consent. So for that I have to submit my topic to the ethical committee. While I wanted some answer from the subjects. So is it possible to get? Then ethically they see these questions what they should ask, you should not harm the subject. Unethical, you should not ask. But whatever you ask, you have to first explain, inform the work. Then you take the consent. Informed consent. First inform. Madam, I am not going to do this. Are you able to sit and answer? Are you able to spend some 5 minutes with me? Then she agrees. Then you take the consent, go through your questionnaire. So any questionnaire work you are doing, meeting any subject, then you need ethics. Understood? This is only question I can go and ask no. Ethics is very important when you talk to either animals or whether you are talk to the human beings. You understood? So this is called ethics. Simple language. So that permission is important. So you think if you are questionnaires you could do it properly. You understood? So that ethical consider, don't ignore that I am doing only MBA work, I am doing only, but in case there is any questionnaire, then you have to think about the ethics. Just whether I can ask or not. So data analysis now techniques everybody is doing. Ranjita will explain how you have to search the journals, search tools in a simplest way. Then sir will explain you certain statistical analysis how you can move forward. See this today you get some just don't feel that I didn't understood, I have not enough time is necessary. Not like that. Some points you get a clarity, then you apply, approach, discuss and understand. No class, in class we within half an hour explain everything and run. But what we explain from the book, we did the research and wrote the book, nothing. You can answer it, I can answer. While reading methods we explain, that's all. What you said, same thing here. Research is a huge topic. We are for your research students, how much you can simply focus is our work to do. Understood? Don't make it complicated, simplify and think it is a coursework. What are the points supposed to I understand and how I can prepare and prepare papers, prepare a thesis. This part you have to very clear and understand. Okay. So how to write a research methodology, that already Swayam if you understood, it's enough. Next, ethical consideration, all that transparency is very important. In case if you are going any questionnaire or anything, please inform. Because we are giving a scientific committee email ID. What's your synopsis? You submit. Then we see whether title is, we take all the respective staff members, we will make them to study, we will send you back. In case in that there is any ethics required, we write submit back to the ethical committee. Okay. Questionnaires, I told you, it should be validated by the senior professor. Yes, these questions are perfect. Or any question you are downloading, take the permission. You are very clear? So now one by one they will explain you all the required methods. Ethics are very important. Those who are required ethics, we will explain them. And what is biosafety? Especially any life science students are here? Life science? Nobody is here. So in life science student this comes because they may be modified the DNA or modified the sample or contaminated virus, bacteria. That time we can't throw the sample in and around. There should be a biosafety committee how to dispose the sample. Limitation. Limited source, budget. Because if you are doing all theoretical work, the budget you can think easily. But in scientific work, budget matters a lot because the chemicals and all that is very important. Then reaching participant, gathering reliable data, access to data, bias. So, inherent bias in sampling or interpretations. You should be very, very careful with the bias. Understood? Next. Choosing the right research methodology, research questions, practical consideration, philosophical orientation or field, all this quantitative, qualitative, mixed data, all that you have to be very careful. You are making your research methodology stronger. So the methodology is very, very important. Whatever is theoretical or wet lab, every word you should prove. How do you do the work? Then research proposals, you have to title page, abstract, introduction, literature, methodology, significance, reference list, timeline and budget. How much budget you spend. Even non-theoretical also, theoretical there is a lot of budget is required, getting the data or collecting the questionnaires, whatever you require, tools you may download. If you want to put some diagram, biorender you may download, or you may pay to the Grammarly people or language people, like that. Then also a lot of budget is required. Okay, preparation of thesis, preparation of papers, publication charge, APS charge, so many things. You can mention the budget. Is it okay? So thank you very much. So happily today learn a lot of required points for your research and make it simple. I humbly request we will provide the guide, whatever. The exams we made it very simple so that you can prepare the topic, make everything easy. Understood? Documentation is very, very important. Thank you very much. Good night.
So, good morning everyone. Yes. So, first of all, before starting the session, I would like to thank my guide and my mentor, Professor Dr. Sucheta Kumarian, for sharing her vast knowledge during my PhD time. And today I'll be talking a little bit of what she taught me in 6 or 7 years. Yes. So how many of you have a publication in Scopus or Web of Science database? May I know? Okay. Anybody knows about Scopus or Web of Science? Okay.
I think they are beginners.
Yes. Okay. there is some technical issue here.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, before moving on to the today's session of Scopus Database Search and Management, I would like to explain you all what do researchers need first. Okay, so they need to evaluate their impact of research and they need to showcase their work. They need collaborations. They need they need to organize their writing and they need to secure funding and they need to manage research data and they need it to evaluate and read articles and they most importantly they need to stay up to date about research, right? What is current research? Everybody should know. Okay. And another important factor what researchers need is they need to publish more effectively. Okay. In order to publish more effectively, they need to know how to select a journal first. Once you know how to select a journal, then you can publish easily. Okay. So why journal selection matters? So we all know that publishing is a crucial step in sharing your research and choosing right journal determines visibility, credibility and also impact and also it increases the chances of acceptance and it ensures your work reaches to the right audience and it impacts your citation count and academic reputation and it saves your time and effort. For example, now if you have a manuscript in your hand, say your field of interest is some material science or some management, you will submit it to some life science journal or some other journal. Okay, now your journal will reject your manuscript continuously. Then you can't save your time. You will take 2, 3, 4 years or 5 years also to publish your paper because you are not finding the right journal. Okay. Now, in order to find the right journal, you need to understand your research scope. Okay. What is your topic? Here, firstly, you need to understand a field of research. What is your field? Firstly, you need to know that, and then the keywords, and then you need to know whether your paper is a basic research or it is a applied research or it is some clinical research if it is for life science people and if it is a review or a case study or some other. And also you need to match with the journals covering with the similar themes. Okay, if your article is review article, now what will you do? You will find a journal where they publish review articles only. Or there are some journals who publishes review as well as research article. Such journals you will have to select in order to submit your paper. So after that you need to make a list of potential journals using various tools. You can use journal finder tools like Elsewhere Journal Finder tool, Springer, and you can also check past publication related to your topic. For example, if you are writing a manuscript, you will refer 100 papers, right? So you can go to them, go to the page of wherever you are referring a paper to write your manuscript. You can go back and check where they have published their data. That also is a place where you can publish your research. So these are different tools. You can see Journal Finder tool from Elsewhere, and you can see Springer Journal Finder and Village Journal Finder, and also how it works. It can be used to match your abstract. See, for example, in this tool, you can put your abstract. Okay, if you select to match your abstract, then you can put your abstract of the manuscript, and then you can, or else you can put a keyword of your topic of interest. Okay, then you can click on to find journals. Then you will find list of journals to publish your paper. So this is one way of finding journals, and another way is you can use Scopus database where you can log in and enter your subject area. You will find number of papers or journals who are publishing in Scopus indexed database. So this way also you can find right journal to publish your data. Another important factor.
Scopus, madam, you have shown Scopus, we can search here.
Yes.
Is it paid or anyone can register here? That is the main doubt.
So here in Scopus, that I'll also discuss about Scopus later. Here you can use both. Okay, either it can be hybrid journals or it can be
My question is, if we are not having the Scopus
profile.
not profile, madam, we are not
Subscribed to
subscribed. Then can we register it? That is the doubt.
Yes, registration all can do using Scopus, but in order to get Scopus ID after registration, if you publish one paper, in one small paper, if it is Q4 also, or if you have an abstract, or if you have a conference proceedings, anything if you publish in Scopus, then it can be visualized or you can get your Scopus ID when you go to search your profile in Scopus. Okay. Now, then another important thing you should consider is impact factor. So, impact factor of a journal is very important. It measures the average number of citations to the article published in last 2 years. Now, for example, this is a journal. This is CA, a cancer journal for clinicians. Okay, this is a Scopus indexed journal. You can see the journal metrics over here. Here you can check the journal metrics where you can find a journal impact factor, that is 232.4. Okay, and also another important thing. Now I am showing high impact factor journal just for your understanding. You can find impact factors like 1, 2, 3, 4, 200, like that. There are many. Okay. Now another important thing here you need to consider is the acceptance rate. Okay. So if you find the acceptance rate is 21%. If I have a manuscript with me and I want to publish in some journal, I will go and I found out that this journal is with me. Okay, now I will have to check firstly whether it is indexed or not in Scopus. Okay, that I will tell you later. And another thing important is you need to see the journal metrics, its impact factor, or whether it is Q1, Q2, Q3 or Q4, that you need to find out. And another thing is acceptance rate. Okay, if acceptance rate is lesser than 50% or 30%, like this is 21%, there only you can get an idea whether your journal will be or your manuscript will be published in this journal or not. Okay, and you need to also see the scope of your research, whether it is included in this or not. For example, this particular journal publishes information about the prevention, early detection and treatment of cancer. It is purely for the clinicians. Now, as a life science student, I can also publish in this paper if I have clinical data with me, with the clinician. Okay, then I can aim for this and I need to prepare a manuscript which fits to this the scope of this particular journal, and then I can publish in this journal. Okay, if another important suggestion, if you publish your manuscript, try to put your manuscript, at least an attempt, to a high impact factor journal. Here you can say, see 2-day submission to first decision. Okay, submission to first decision, 2 days. Within 2 days you will get the result, whether it can be taken or it can be rejected. Now why it has to be, if they tell that your manuscript is rejected in 2 days, that is a very good thing you can consider. Why? Because high quality journal this is, they will provide various or your formatting is wrong, or the knowledge is wrong, or the concept is wrong, anything they will write in the initial screening. Now it's the best thing if they reject your paper in 2 days or 3 days. You don't have to wait for 4 months and then it is rejected. So adding your paper or publishing, try to put your paper in high impact, then they will reject, then they will tell you all the comments that you incorporate and put. If you are aiming for at least 4 impact factor, you just put in 6 impact factor and see the comments, then it will be published in at least 3 or 2 impact factor. That is the idea. Now then they will do peer review process. Then another, I told you, indexing. How will you check if your journal or it is indexed in Scopus or not? You will have to go to the Scopus web page, www.scopus.com. If you go, you can open Scopus platform or the portal. There you can see if your journal is indexed in Scopus or not. For example, that time I showed you CA, a cancer journal for clinicians. The same journal I explained you. Now I want to check if this journal is Scopus indexed or not. Now can you see here? This is inside the Scopus portal and you can see years currently covered by Scopus from 1950 to 2025. Now we are sure that it is indexed in Scopus. This particular journal is in Scopus. Okay. So now what you need to consider, if it is 1950 to 2024 or 2025 May, now we are in November, so you should not choose that journal. That is no more indexed in Scopus or Web of Science. That time you should not choose that journal to publish your paper, because if you publish considering it is in Scopus, it will show in the Scopus portal, but unless you see the coverage, then it will not make you reach your journal in Scopus indexed database. Okay, your paper you will publish, even though if it is in 2024 you will publish, but when you search in the Scopus database, your journal or your manuscript is not available in Scopus database anymore. So that is very important, which you need to know. Okay, so that is why indexing is very important. Now you need to evaluate the journal quality. I told you about impact factor and quartile ranking, Q1, Q2, Q3 or Q4. Okay, if you publish your paper in any of this, indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, and if it is in Q1, Q3, Q2, Q4, then it is a good journal and your manuscript has a good chance for reaching the right audience, and it will undergo many quality checks from the databases, and you will also see indexing database, and you will also see publishers reputation, where you will see Elsevier, Springer, Willey, Taylor or Francis. There are so many. Okay, and also you need to be aware of predatory journals. This I will explain you in the end. You know what is predatory journal? Okay, so once somebody will want to publish, they are in a high pressure, they want to publish their manuscript at any cost within 2 days. They will call this fellow, that fellow, now web is available, everything, and that fellow will tell within 2 days I can do, give me some money, this much I will publish. Now, you will not do any of this quality checks. Okay, there will be journals which are of similar name. Okay, if I want to publish in biomolecules is a standard journal, but with the similar name there is predatory journal available, where they will also keep their web page same to that of the original, but there will be no editorial team, nobody will do your review process, and they will publish, they will tell they have published, But once when you submit your paper to the university for your PhD quality check, that time they will tell your journal is not Scopus indexed, it is a predatory journal. That time how many years of yours is wasted? So please be aware of this, okay? You need to match your manuscript type, okay? You can check journal's guideline whether it is a research article or original article, or it is a review, or it is a short communication, or it is a case study, and you need to check what types of articles are accepted, and you need to follow strict guidelines of that particular journal. When you go to the journal portal, they will give you scope, and they will also give you various guidelines for authors that you need to read before you submit the manuscript, okay? For example, if they say 4,000 words, just stick on to 4,000 words, don't go beyond it, because reviewers will easily reject your paper. And you need to also follow proper reference style, and also you need to check journal policies such as open access or subscription, or article processing charge, copyright policy, peer review process, etc. For example, this particular journal Gene has an impact factor of 2.4 and its site score is 5.1, you can see here, okay, and acceptance rate is 13%. I can aim, but I am not sure whether it is published because acceptance rate is very less. Okay. Now the next important thing what you need to consider is whether it is open access or subscription based journal. Now when you go to open access, here you can see $3,300 if it is open access. There are two options, open access or subscription. This will not be available for all the journals that you choose. Okay, this is available for only few journals. Initially you need to make a list of journals, I said. In that you need to also see whether it is open access or subscription. That also you can see, this is also Scopus web page where you can find publication type. You can select journals with subscription only. Then you will get journals with subscription based. If you choose your journal subscription based, you don't have to pay a single rupees for them. They will see the quality of the journal and then they will accept it for publication. They will not ask for money if it is subscription. And if it is open access, you will have to pay so many dollars, okay, or it will come around 2 to 3 lakh. And if you have strong funding source, you can submit, it will be accepted, chances will be fast, okay. And then these two things you need to consider, which is very important. And another drawback of this, I'll tell you, publishing will be free of cost if you choose subscription, but citation will be, the citation rate will be less, because anybody want to see that manuscript has to, they have to pay and then they have to get in, then they have to cite this paper. Many of them don't want to pay and get the journal if it is subscription. So our citations will be less, though the quality of the work is very high. Sometimes if they really want that journal manuscript very badly, they will pay and they will use it. Then we will get citation. But compared to open access journal, subscription based journal, citation rate will be less. Okay, but if it is open access journal, even though if you pay, so many people they can use this particular manuscript and they will cite. Many people without paying they can use, because you are paying the money. Okay, this difference please do understand. And what defines a good quality publication? It should be original, okay, and it should have clarity, and it should be concise, and it should be easy to understand. And then you need to avoid complex language which reviewers do not understand. And you need to know that it should demonstrate significance and impact within its field, and it should be evidence based, and it should have an appropriate scope. So these are the few qualities of a good publication, and you need to also consider reputation and peer review, and then accessibility and discoverability. For example, it should be indexed in a reputable database, Scopus, Web of Science, etc. But now PubMed, it is covering only biomedical science, so many people cannot, people from management and or humanities may not be able to find data for you in PubMed, but in Scopus or Web of Science you can find. But why Scopus is better, I'll tell you in the next slide. So first, another thing is, what is index? You need to check if the journal is included in a specific database or not. Why it is important? Researcher will do research and once he will die or something will happen. But your data remains for the audience forever. Okay? It no matter how many years passes, that data is available for everyone. So everybody can utilize the data. That is why you need to check if the journal is indexed or not. Okay? Another important thing is, you need to reach to your research to the right audience. Now in Srinivas University, one small lab, if I do research, it should reach to worldwide. So you need to select a proper indexed journal so that it will reach to the right audience, because those will be waiting for updates in the field of research what you are doing. So that is why finding an indexed journal is very, very important, and also to maintain quality. So if you randomly create a data and submit, it will publish. Okay, it will publish. But tomorrow, when it goes to the right researcher, he will find fault, he can claim. Okay, and your article can be retracted. So whenever, now I am a student, I have too much pressure, I have to publish papers in 2 days, I will create some data and I will publish. But scientific integrity has to be maintained, because if it goes to, today I am a student, it will not affect me, tomorrow I will be in a good position. What will happen? When my article is retracted, when they search my name, first thing what will show up is my retracted paper. That is a black mark for us. So we shouldn't follow that alternative way to publish paper. It should be very much genuine. So it should be transparent, and it should have no plagiarism, your manuscripts, and transparency in the sense, there are in Scopus database, there are need not be in Scopus database. In this world there are so many journals, but they cannot be included in Scopus database or Web of Science database, because they follow their own set of protocols. Journal also should be transparent. It should have proper editorial process, peer review, and conflict of interest statement, and it should be very much transparent. Okay, such journals only be included in Scopus or Web of Science. This is what the reason why they choose this indexed journal. So now here you can see why Scopus. Okay, in 1990s researchers were continuously involved in doing research. Now the problem arises, no one knew where to find all the good research in one platform. Then birth of databases took place, such as Google Scholar, PubMed, Web of Science, and there are many more. Okay, due to the demerits in these databases, the new database launched in November, this month only, 2004, and that is Scopus. So they aim to be a living map of science. Okay. Now what is Scopus? So I told you, I talked about elsewhere, right? It is a publisher. Okay. So when it is a largest abstract and citation database launched in November 2004, and it contains all the reviewed literature, scientific journals, books and conference proceedings, delivering a comprehensive overview of the world's research output in the field of science, technology, medicine, social science, arts, humanities, and also it contains smartest tools to track and analyze and visualize research. So, what is the feature of Scopus? They are continuously updated every single day. Okay? They will assure that this particular journal is undergoing all the quality check and it is updated every day. Every research, everything what all over the globe, what research is going on in one particular topic. For example, if I work on some disease or some PCOD, what is the current research on PCOD is updated in Scopus. Now if I go to Scopus database, I can find all the researches. Okay, that is the benefit. And then it offers application programming interface for institutions to manage and analyze data. What is this application API? Application programming interface. This is very important, which will have a set of rules for choosing the right journal to be indexed in Scopus. In order to undergo quality checks, this is using application interface for institution to manage and analyze the data, and it has you can export the data for bibliometric analysis using Scopus, and it also ensures good quality journals are indexed in Scopus. So it has comprehensive coverage across all disciplines, and it has citation tracking and author profiling. It has research metrics, site score, H-index, scientific journal ranking. Everything can be visualized in Scopus, and it is having institution and country level analysis, analytics, and it also you can also use it for collaboration, visualization and trend mapping. You can do basic search by a keyword or author name or a title of the journal, or you can also write affiliation, then also you can get their profile in Scopus, and you can use advanced search, and then you can also do document search, author search and also affiliation. Now, Scopus versus other databases. Web of Science launched in 1950s. So, it is older but more selective. Mainly it focuses on high impact factor journal. Then PubMed, it focuses on biomedical, and it is only biomedical research, and it is free to access. Google Scholar, it is a good database, but it also covers wide range of journals or articles and everything, every extracts, every conference proceedings, every small write-ups, everything can be detected, but it is not curated as much as of Scopus. So, if you want to find whether it is indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, then you cannot directly go and find a journal in Google Scholar. You need to go to the Scopus website, and then only you can check whether it is indexed in Scopus or not. And sometimes even in the journal page they will write it is indexed in Scopus or not. You can believe if it is high impact factored Q1 journal. If it is low impact factored Q3, Q4 journal, you cannot believe it. You need to go and check, because there can be predatory journals also. So academic institutions, government funding agencies and developers, everyone uses Scopus to showcase their research. And what content does Scopus include? There are more than 61 million records in Scopus. It could be preprints, it could be journals. 7,000 plus publishers are there. Like I showed you, Village Journal and Springer and all other I told like that. There are 7,000 plus publishers you can find in Scopus, and then all of them have passed through quality checks, and you can daily publish in that journals. Okay, and then it contains 2.6 plus billion cited references dating back to 1970, and it also contains 21.9 plus million active author profiles and 94 plus thousand affiliation profiles, and it contains so many informations, conference records, and 5,000 plus publishers and all you can find out. So article documents that are indexed in Scopus, articles, books, chapters, conference paper, editorial, erratum, letter, notes, reviews, everything can be indexed in Scopus, and not indexed in Scopus includes abstract, conference meeting, book reviews, etc. Now, if you want your own if you have your own strategic career plan, and how Scopus can help you with that is, you can find out what already exists in the global world of research output, and you can determine how to differentiate research topics and find new ideas, and you can decide what, where, and with whom to collaborate with, and you can also track impact of research, monitor global research trends, and you can identify and analyze which journal to read or where to submit your manuscript. And also you can, the Scopus tool can help researchers to manage their career through citation count, alternative metrics, and H indexes, and these are the different records that are present in Scopus database. And as I told you earlier, it can have different features of search and discover, and it also analyze search results, compare journals, article metric module, citation overview, author profile page. There are so many you can avail using Scopus. So I told you there are these many publishers. I told you 7,000 plus publishers. In that Elsevier, Willey, Blackwell, Taylor and Francis, Sage, Walter Clover, Bentham Science. There are so many, okay, included in Scopus database. So Scopus database can give you a right journal, and you can publish faster also in that with the good quality. So you can, this is the first page when you open your Scopus without, when you don't sign in, this will be the first page where you can search for an author profile. You can put author's last name and first name and search. Otherwise you can put affiliation also, you can search, and otherwise you can also use their OSCID ID to search their profile. Okay, this is one of the example. And then I told you these are the different content indexed in Scopus. And another important thing here is that you can see the Web of Science database has 12,000 publishers. Okay, number of journals, and here you can see 22,000 in Scopus. Okay, 22,000 journals. So you have multiple options to publish your paper, and for QS ranking, world news, world reports, and Times Higher Education, for everything, for institution, for funding agency, for anything, it is very important that your publication is in Scopus or Web of Science indexed database. Okay, and who is the developer of this is Elsevier, and also earlier this Web of Science was developed by Thomson Reuters. Now it is owned by Clarivate. So these are some content comparison with the Web of Science. So these are some papers published in Elsevier that is indexed in Scopus. This is a review article. This is our own paper. You can see if you write it beautifully, chances of acceptance is very high. This is a research article, life science research articles. You need to use various methods and results, statistical analysis, graphical image. Okay, in order to publish in Scopus indexed database Q1 journal. Okay, now I'll tell you if this particular image is having, or if anybody manipulated this image using some background correction or increasing the brightness or some manipulation, then they can identify and they can retract in future. So you need to be very careful whatever you put in your journal, and this is the discussion conclusion. And now you can use Mendeley reference software, which is available in Scopus also, which is free software. You can use it for referencing. And predatory journals, they will have no editorial code, no academic expertise, they have hidden fees, they have name unrelated or missing, unrelated to the mission or origin, they have poor website and their location is hidden. All these are the features of predatory journals. Yes, a good paper in the wrong journal is like a diamond hidden in the dark. Publish wisely, let your research shine. Thank you.
Thank you for a very beautiful lecture. We are getting a lot of queries or questions in the online, but lack of time, we'll ask her to give one more session in future in online mode only. One important question, one person asked us that 50% means it's not publishable. So 50% means if 100 people are submitted to the journal, around 50 papers are accepted for the publication. Remaining 50 are rejected. That is the only the meaning of 50%. Okay. Few questions are coming there. That's why I asked. So thank you, Ranjita, for a wonderful session. Now we have tea. After that, one more very important person, how to use AI tools, is be ready. So please have a cup of tea. Then we will join together after 5 minutes for next wonderful session. Thank you. Okay, I will not take much time. Good morning to everyone. Very important lecture today. Dr. Amitabh Anand is a full-time professor at Exceller Business School, France, and research fellow at Corvinus University of Hungary. He has won the top 50 best research professor in the world in USA and 3 times Academy Award winner for best review. He has won the best paper and impactful research award in Sweden. He is an emerging scholar award in Germany and a published article in Financial Times top 50. He has teaches in our NIT Suratkal, IIT, IIMS, etc. He is often teaches in Poland, Denmark, etc. Very nice research fellow or resource person today. Very important talk he has agreed to give is coming twice or thrice to India. So he gave the slot immediately for today. So we fixed today's lecture. You will go to give the lecture how to use AI tool because it is very emerging area for us. Sir, over to you. And I welcome you on behalf of Srinivas University. Wholeheartedly, I am welcoming you, sir. Please vote you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. So, try me as okay. Am I audible? Is it okay? Yes. See, my name is Amitabh Anand. I'm from Mangalore now. I've been living in Mangalore for last 8 years. So, born in Karnataka only, though my name sounds a little north. So, if you don't understand anything, you can ask in Kannada. I can explain it also. Okay. So, thanks to Dr. Praveen. Actually, we both know each other for last four years now. And I used to come to Srinivas University quite a lot in Mandeshwar campus. But since university became university, I was also busy, so I couldn't come. So somehow I got the chance to come. So I basically live in France for last 10 years. I'm a full-time professor there. I have my permanent job. And I also have a permanent position in Budapest in Hungary, where I work as a research fellow. I have set up my research center there. So in 1 year, I come 3 or 4 times to Mangalore because I stay here, my parents are here only, so I spend a lot of time. The only reason I come here is to escape the winter in Europe. So now it's 0 degrees there, so I don't want to be there, so I thought I'll come here. So today I will, today I'll take you to a small journey about what AI tools that you can use and what open access tools that you can use. So I come from a management background, okay? So I'm an MBA professor. So I may not be very well versed with other disciplines, but I will take examples from other disciplines and I will show it to you, okay? So the only thing is you cannot record the session online because of GDPR law. Otherwise, I can be sued by the European Union. So please don't record. Anybody who's watching online, I request you to don't record because I'm going to use AI tools. And if somebody is streaming online, please don't stream, I wanted to please focus here because the laws in Europe are very, very strong and I have to be very careful. So I have already paid a penalty for taking a session online. So almost 4 lakh rupees I have to pay the fine. So I don't want to, be in the same position again. So this is my kind request. Please don't record, please don't live stream. If you have anything, just talk to me, okay? Because of the GDPR laws, I'll have to comply with the European Union. And since I'm teaching AI, I have to be very, very careful, okay? So that's the only request. So I think, just sometime before one of your colleagues explained you about the database of Scopus. So I assume that, most of you do not have access to Scopus database. So today I'll be showing it to you one very free magical database that all of you can use. And I have published an article about this database in Q1 journal so that, the future generations can use this database. And it's completely free of cost. You don't need anything, okay? And I'll show you how to use it. I'll show you how to organize your literature. And then I'll show you what are the free AI tools that you can use. There are also paid AI tools, but I'll show you the benefits of it and the dangers of it. Okay. So one thing all of you have to remember is if you are using any AI tool, for example, Chat GPT, everybody uses. But all of you don't know that Chat GPT has what is called as invisible strings, okay, which is not visible to naked eye. When you copy paste Chat GPT to any document, those invisible strings will remain there itself. Okay. The reason why is because we want to catch people. We want to catch people who are doing all this unethical activities. So don't use ChatGPT, or if you don't know how to use ChatGPT, then don't use it. And I'm not going to teach you how to use ChatGPT because I have to also follow ethics. I know how to use ChatGPT without doing anything, without any problem issues. But if you are doing ChatGPT work, copy pasting, it is very, very easy to catch you that you have used ChatGPT. No matter how much ever you tell that you have not used it, but there is an anti-ChatGPT software which will also easily recognize that you have copy pasted it, because those invisible strings will remain like a watermark, which is not visible to your eyes. It's only visible to machines, and they will easily. Okay, be very, very careful. We have already, I usually terminate some of my master thesis students when they use it because it's easy for us. We have all the tools in the world. Okay, but you are not going to jeopardize your career, but you are going to put the university name or the university reputation at risk. So please be very, very careful. Okay. So the first thing today I'm going to explain it to you is what is called as dimensions. Okay. And I'll open my browser and I'll show you. This is the way the website looks like. You have to go to, let's say, app.dimension.ar. Okay. So if you go to this website, then I'll show you how to use this. Anybody from any discipline can use this website for free of cost. You don't have to pay any money. Alright? It is as good as Scopus, it is as good as Web of Science. It has indexed almost many, many millions articles in the world. And since, see, even institution, there are some business schools in Europe, even they don't have Scopus because Scopus is like 25 lakhs. It's huge, it's very expensive. Okay, not everybody can use. So I have access to Scopus because I'm part of a public university, so the government pays the money. Okay, but imagine even in our business school in France, I have access to Scopus, a limited license. Okay, and that is only given for category A professors like me and few others. Everybody else cannot use it because it is the most expensive database in the world right now. Okay, and I'm sure Srinivas University will have it hopefully in the future, because for India, since we come from a developing economy, the price is lesser. For Europe, we are developed, so they're like, okay, you have to pay a lot of money. Got it? But when I was started doing this, I teach in Russia. I go to Russia every year 2 or 3 times. So this year I was teaching in February. So I'm going since the war started in Russia. So they have no access to anything else. They have been completely isolated. So this methodology I developed in the year 2021. Okay. I was reading this 2022, I got a golden opportunity that, okay, if a country like Russia cannot have access to anything, what will they do for scientific research? So I went to Russia with this methodology, I discovered this new methodology, and then life became easy. We published an article. So I have a student whom I'm co-supervising in Russia. So I'll show you the article. So we published it together. Okay. So now when you open this website, you can use it in your mobile phone if you want, but laptop is better. So this is how the website actually looks like. Okay, now I want to know how many of you here are from management discipline, business management, economics discipline. Okay, very few. How many of you are from social science? Social science, arts and history? Quite a few. And the rest I believe are from medical, medicine, chemistry, physics, okay, life science and basic sciences, right? Anybody from medical science? Anybody medical student here? Okay, biochemistry, anybody from biochemistry, microbiology? Nobody, okay, so that helps. See, what I will do is I'll show you how you can use this database to create your research ideas, and this works like a magic. Okay, since it's open access, and then I'll show you along with this what AI tools you can use it. Right? As I told you, please don't record, please don't live stream this because it's very, very dangerous for me if it goes online. Okay, because I represent European Union scientific committee, so I have to be very, very careful. Right? Now, see, when you click on this search thread, you get three options: search, in, full data, title, abstract and DOI. The very first thing when you click on this is you have to select title and abstract. Okay? Remember this first step. Whenever you open the website, remember title and abstract and don't click anything else. Clear? Title and abstract. Now somebody told me you are from social, madam, you are from social science, right? What is your topic?
Sir, I'm not finalized. Something related
We will finalize it today, tell me. In 5 minutes I'll give you all the topics.
representation of women, sir, in English literature.
Representation of women in English literature. Okay, so let us say she wants to understand how women are represented in English literature, or let's say in literature studies. Alright, that is one topic. Anyone else from humanities? Anybody from humanities studies? I think you are working on gender, right? You are working on therapies, occupational therapies. Anybody working in gender? What's your topic?
Humanities.
Humanities. Okay, I'll come to you. So let me first take her topic, then I'll choose your topic, and we will do some exercise. Since we have a lot of time, I want to first show you this, because if you master this, the respective AI tools are like cakewalk. It's just 2 minutes job for you. Now, once we select title and abstract, now you have to do this way. First, you have to open a bracket like this. Okay, the first thing. Then open inverted commas like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take her topic. So she has no idea what she has to do, but today we will finalize her topic. Okay. Now let us say female. Just check the spelling. Female. Okay. Female authors, right?
Yes.
Female authors, female writers, basically. Okay. Let's say female authors. Okay. Sometimes author and authors can be used two differently. So what you could do is just click on R, just add what is called as asterisk. When you add asterisk, authors will be automatically taken by the database. You got my point? Okay, for example, when you type manage, I'll give you an example. Let's say when you type manage and put an asterisk like this, manage, managerial, managers, manager will be taken together. Okay, that's all.
So they can try in mobile?
Yes, you can try in mobile also, no problem. You can open mobile. Only thing is you will have to create a free login. Use your personal email ID, create the login. I use my personal email ID. You can do it. Okay. Now, female author is one keyword, then close the inverted comma like this. Okay. Next, female authors can also be called as women authors. Am I right? So, I am going to tell this Dimension AI, it's an AI, artificial intelligence tool, that kindly identify similar articles related to female. Let us say female. Now, I'll say woman author. Okay. Then again put an asterisk and I'll close the inverted commas. Anytime you open any keyword, the inverted comma should be open and closed. Okay. Now, female author or woman author, what can be other keywords? What could be the other keyword for a woman? Woman and female, that's all. Sorry? Ladies. And what else? Exactly. Okay. So let's say lady author. Alright. So put an asterisk, then I close this. Now, similarly, it is not just authors. Female can be writers also. Am I right? So we are going to do the same thing. Again, open inverted commas. Then what I will do is female writers. Okay, writer, then put an asterisk because writer and writers can be taken. Female writer. Or then let's take woman writer, then put an asterisk, close the data. Or lady, just check my spelling, okay? Lady writer, and put an asterisk and close, and then we close the data. Okay? Now, this is the first set of keywords which she wants to analyze. Okay? Now, among this, what is the next thing you want to analyze? Representation, underrepresentation, demography, what is that you would like to explore? Female and women authors in English literature. That is the topic. Now, if female authors are writing English literature, what is that you would like to study? The representation of female authors in English literature, or how female authors have, embraced English literature, or how female authors Okay, basically how women authors.
Women are characterized in English literature.
Women have characterized in English literature, but that will actually jeopardize what we are searching. Now, our search, what happens is, it is going to search how many female authors or what kind of women authors have written English literature. Okay. Now, in that case, what we have to do is, we'll have to change the search, and I'll show you how to do it. Now, let us first search this, okay? Then I'll tell you what. Then you click on and like this, type and. After you type and, then again open a bracket, okay? Then put inverted commas. Now here I will say English literature. English literature and close the bracket. So now what is going to happen is, see, you have to be very, very careful. First thing is, this title and abstract is very important. Remember this, don't click this and this, do not click it. So title and abstract, female author, woman author, all these things are done, and English literature. Now what will this do is, this research is going to, dimension is actually going to search the data of female authors or female author writers who have written English literature. You got my point? This is what is going to show us. And after you do this, then simply click on enter. Just click on enter. Then it will appear with a lot of search results. If there is any mistakes, problems, it will show. So how many articles are there now? 166 in the entire universe. Okay, because this is a very niche topic and not much people have written on it. So here you can see, when you give a search and when you start getting this one, you will have to first make some sense of this literature. Oh, sorry, hold on, what did I do? I think I clicked on something. Okay, yeah. So here, I want you to look at the first author. Women writers in Indian English literature, breaking barriers. Okay, this talks about how women authors were encouraged, or how women authors actually broke the barriers to become better writers or better authors. So this is talking about the gender disparities. You got my point? So this is about the topic. But what is your topic now? What did you say?
How characters, women characters are.
Women characters. Now let us go back to search here, okay? Now here I am going to simply remove all these things, okay? Let's say female characters, okay, or women character, okay? Did you understand? Now I'm being very specific to her. You can do the same thing. I will take some 20 minutes to do the search so that you become very familiar, alright? So, female character or woman character in English literatures. It is sometimes better to use the capitals because the booleans are. Now, what is English literature also called as? What is the other name for English literature?
British.
Exactly, that is correct. Or let us say British literature. Okay? Or can we also say English philosophy or folklore? Okay? Let's say English folklore. I hope the spelling is right. Am I right? Folklore? Because folklore is also related to a bit of literature and history, and can be, hold on, I'll just check if the spelling, yeah, folklore, that's correct. Do you think any other keywords must be used? Because literature is a very huge keyword, so under literature there could be several sub-disciplines. So do you think this is enough, or this is enough? Okay. So now, we'll again give a search. We should significantly get less number. So when you click on enter, you will get again a list of articles. We should preferably get less, let's see. Yeah, okay, less than 100. Now these 82 articles becomes the base or foundation for her studies. Now, using this, I will show you how you can identify some gaps, or she will want to know what is the pattern. See, when you go for a topic, I'll take her example, then I'll take another example from biology or chemistry or something, and I'll show you how to identify them. Okay. Now this one, what we will do is we have to, since there are only 82 documents, we have to select everything. I will do another search where you will get 2000 or 3000 documents. Then I will tell you how to make those 2000 to 200. Okay, using the scientific step-by-step method. You got it? Now this one we will have to extract. Now please be very careful. Can you see here save and export? Okay, you click on this. First you click on this. Export results, the second one, export results, okay? Click on export results, you will get 3 options. Look here, you will get 3 options. You will have to download at least 2 options in this. Twice we will have to download and I will tell you what to do. Are you clear now? Let me go back and show you again. Here on the right hand side you have save and export. Click on it, select export results, okay? Click on it. And then you will get 3 options. So here you can download all the 3 options because the last one, BibTeX, it will automatically download all the 82 references which you can copy paste it. Your headache is gone. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. The first one, full record, comma separated, that is what we will have to first download. Okay, now click on export. After you click on export, okay, it will automatically go to the email that you have registered. Okay, you will get a message like that. And now let me go back to my email, and it should be there. Okay, can you see here the dimension is ready, and I click on it and I download the file. Okay, so I'll create a folder. I'll just show it to you. It will take slightly bit of time, but that's okay. A window will appear where I need to download, so let's just wait for a second because sometimes the internet is. Yeah, so now let me create a folder here, desktop. Okay, so I will save this file. It will automatically come to your email, then download and save the file. Okay, next what we will do is, we will go to the folder where we downloaded, and we will open this file. Okay, then I tell you what you need to do. So let me extract this file here. Okay, so here you see this is the file metadata that was extracted. When you use Scopus, I'll also show you how to see Scopus also. Okay, when you open Scopus or Web of Science, this is exactly the metadata. So this is the Bible for PhD students. Once you have this metadata, your next 1-2 years journey is entirely dependent on this metadata. Okay, now once we open this, you will see how it is organized. Okay, systematically. That's okay, we don't need it. Can you see here? This is the metadata that just we downloaded. Now here, the most important thing that all of us have to follow is this part, abstract. Can you see here? This abstract. Okay. So now, what's your name? Sorry.
Sharwana.
Sorry?
Sharwana.
Sharwana. See, Sharwana is interested in understanding how female or woman characters have been displayed in English literature or in British literature. Okay, so that's a PhD topic, but she has no idea what and how the field has evolved or what characters have been displayed, what are the important keywords, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so now I need to first understand the pattern in the literature, like what is the literature trying to tell me or show me. Alright, so what I will do is, let's say I will simply copy around just some, let's say 10 or 15 literature like this, just for my convenience. Okay, Control C. I'll just use Control C. Now I will show you one use to understand the pattern. The first AI tool you all have to remember is, it is called Voyant. Okay, so this is called Voyant. So Voyant is a tool that actually helps you to understand, explore, okay, and see the connectivity of some of the important keywords and literatures. Now I just copied, do you remember I copied from the Excel file. Now what I will do is, I am just going to paste here, okay, simply Control V. I am going to paste it here. Just I took for sample, you can do everything you want, just for you to understand, I just took some few text and I am putting it here. Then I will click on Reveal. Okay, I will click on Reveal. So it is going to show me different characteristics that has been represented in the entire text. Okay, like this it will come. This is again free. Okay, now you see here, this is a word cloud. Okay, now here let's say, can you see this one, terms buried? Here, click on it, you will get something like a cloud map. Just hold on, it will appear. It will take a few minutes, but it will come. Okay. Now here, if you click on terms, it will show you all the important terms that have appeared in the characteristics. Okay, I think, yeah, can you see here now? It is trying to tell us some pattern in the literature. Now here if you go on the left hand side, okay, since I don't know English literature very well, but you will be able to recognize, can you see some words which have been highlighted in green? Okay, so the software is trying to tell us that these are some of the words that I need to keep in my mind. Okay, so when you see the word modern, so Sharvana has to understand what are the point number one is what, I'll write it for you so that you remember. Okay, let me open a document. So let's say point number one is modern characters and representations. Did you understand now? See, when I see the literature, my brain works very quickly. I am able to do the interpretation very quickly. Okay, so modern means in English literature, what are the modern characters that have been used? Historically, women characters have been displayed, in, let's say for example, in kings and queens and other areas, or maybe in the mythological areas. But what are the modern characters that have been used or represented in English literature? So that becomes her research question number one. Even without going into the literature, I am able to spot it. Okay. Number two is here. Can you see test? Okay. Now, how do I see? For this, you need experience. You need practice. Okay. What I would do is, what are some of the best characters? Okay. Shown in English literature and how it has influenced, okay, now I am going to use the same word, influenced modern writers. It's all about playing with words. You don't have to read rocket science, you don't have to spend hours. You have to spot the keyword and you should know how to interpret this. Did you understand now? If the software is trying to show us that highlight, that means I need to be very cautious about that or focus about that. Did you understand now? Now, I'll show you why this is a gap. I will prove it to you scientifically how this is a gap. Okay? Now, let us go back. Politeness. Now, Sharvana, how will you represent this? Have authors been polite enough to discuss about female characteristics in the literature? Have writers been polite enough to show and influence female characters in the English literature? See, we are just hypothesizing, we are just interpreting, we are not doing something actual. I'm just trying to interpret using the AI tools. Okay, so let us keep this word politeness. Okay, politeness can mean anything. Okay, there could be like female polite characters, which we don't know. We are just trying to make sense of it. Similarly, if you come down, interesting and beauty. How will you represent this Shavana now? Beauty. Let's forget about interesting. Let's talk about beauty.
How is the beauty displayed in literature?
Exactly. Okay. How is the woman's beauty has been characterized in English literature? So that becomes your question number 3. Okay. How are authors, or let's say, how does beauty represent in
Women's beauty in English literature.
exactly, you're right. How does women's beauty represented in English literature? Okay. Similarly, we will go to some extent. Respect and protection. Can you see these are the most important keyword now? Have women been respected as characters in the English literature? So that becomes your research question number 4. Okay. So similarly, if you do like this, okay, if you go for example, sincere success, you can realistic, prominent. Can you see the word red? When you see the word red, that means there is some kind of a contradicting discussions are happening in it. When you see the word red, green means something will have to focus our attention. Red means there is some kind of a contradiction or a debate. Okay. You can see perfect, passionate, like, hard, anything. Basically, it identifies negative terminologies, revenge, risk, problems, issues, challenges, etc., as negative connotations. Okay, so that means to say there is something anti or contradicting statements related to this. Yes.
Sir, if it shows red color, that means we have to avoid that.
No, not necessarily. That is also a gap. That is also an important thing. It is your desire whether you need to select it or not.
So using that also we can.
Yes, I will show you both now.
It depends upon your business topic.
Yeah. Okay. Now, for example, if there is anxiety is coming. So Sharvana might think that how can I relate anxiety? As a writer, do I have anxiety, or am I showing a character which is having an anxiety? It is very difficult to predict. But when the other questions are easy to predict. So my suggestion is go with the easiest way. Now I will also take another one. Let's see. Can you see tragedy, torture, threatening? These are all negative words. Okay. I will take tragedy. Let's say for example, I'll keep the word tragedy. Just for your sake. Have women always been portrayed as tragic characters in English literature? That's the negative connotation. Okay. We are going to scientifically check whether it is valid or not. Right. Next. So for now, let us forget about this. Okay. Now here, if you see, the same thing will appear, but this is the beautiful thing. Now, if you click on links on the third item, it must show you some kind of a link map. Can you see here? This is the most important link you will have to understand. Okay. Can you see here? Literature, character, woman. It's in blue. That means those are the commonly or frequently appearing keywords, which is being connected to perfect, Indian. Can you see the word Indian has appeared, which is surprisingly unique for us. Indian, peer, various, portrait. Now I want to increase this. Can you see in the bottom context? Just extend this. Just move the cursor a bit, then the words will start increasing so that you will find a lot of relations. I try to see, zoom it and see, and then I will understand, okay, what are the things that are there. Now I will prove it to you, the gaps that we identified in the 82 documents, whether what we identified as research questions or thoughts, whether it is true or false. Okay, in my opinion it should be true. Now I will go back to dimension. Okay, I'll just use the same keyword. Can you all remember the keywords that we noted here? Best, modern, okay, beauty and tragedy and politeness. Now let us say I am going to ask dimension to identify within these 82 documents how many are tragic characters. Okay. Now click on and, then I'll open a bracket. Okay. Then I'm going to open the inverted comma. Let's say tragic character. Okay. Or tragedy. Is the spelling correct? Tragedy. Okay, tragic character or tragedy. See, if I click on enter, if my calculation is right, I should get less than 5 documents. I'm just guessing because since my experience is I should get less than 5 documents. Okay, less than 5. Let us see whether this will prove me correct or whether this is going to be in this one. Okay. Now I'm going to click on enter. Let's see the magic. So scientifically I am correct. This is all you have to do. In 5 minutes, in 10 minutes you have your research questions ready with AI. You don't need Web of Science, you don't need Scopus. Write articles and make your supervisors happy. So in the entire universe now, if Sharvana has to write her thesis, she has to now dig deeper into the tragic characters of display. That is one gap because nobody is talking about. So what she has to do is, then she has to do like this. She has found the research gap. The research gap, see, I am not from management but I am still taking a topic. I have found the research gap. Now I will have to do some research exercise because I need some stuffs to read. What will I do? I will go back here, okay? And I will make some adjustments. First, I am going to remove this, okay? First, I am going to remove this. Okay? Here, I am going to remove the word woman also, okay? Tragic characters, okay? Then let's say tragedy character or tragic character, because now I have identified the gap. I need to first go to the ocean of literature. Okay? Tragedy character, tragic character, English literature, British English folklore. Now I will click on enter. Okay? And I should get at least 50, 60, 70 or maybe 20, 30 I should get. So let's see how many I get. At least more than 10 for sure, I hope. Because since we have opened, we'll see now how many we will get. Something went wrong, you may refresh the page. Oh, what is wrong? Did I? Yeah, because I forgot to add one hyphen comma there, you know. That's the reason. We have to be very careful, you know. So here I need to add this one. Otherwise, you know, the AI will start behaving very badly. Okay. Tragedy character or tragic character. Okay, now click on enter. So now let's see how many we get. So I'm expecting some amount of literature. You see? Only one publication in the entire world. So that means authors have been cautious to portray women characters as tragic characters in the English literature. That's it. Very simple. So what she has to do, what Sharvana has to do is, now Sharvana has to talk to 10 authors, 10 English literature authors and ask these questions. Why have you not portrayed tragic characters representing women? Why do you think the world of literature has not portrayed women in tragic characters? Okay, what could be the reason why the tragic character, literatures exist less in the world of literature? So that's her thesis topic, that's her thesis research question. All she has to do is she has to read 10 literature books by famous authors to understand if women have been represented in tragic some things which we did not find in the scientific database might be available somewhere else. So that she has to do it, because scientifically her idea is right. Nobody can question it because she has proved it. Did you understand now? It's as simple as this. You don't need anybody's help also for some time. Now, same way, I will show you another magic using this literature. Now, let us say, I'll take your topic, I think occupational therapy, right? So, now, what would you like to study in occupational therapy?
So basically, I want to see, like, develop a social skill rating scale for 18 points.
Okay, now let us say occupational therapy, okay? I'll use therapy and put an asterisk because therapy, PY, therapies will be taken together, okay? Then goes in occupational therapy and, oh sorry, or what is the other word for occupational therapy?
Occupational therapist.
That is taken already. What is the other word for occupational therapy? Psychological therapy? I don't know. No. Occupational therapy is a unique word, okay. So, occupational therapy, and what would you like to study in this?
Social skill rating scale.
Social?
Skill rating scale.
Social skill rating, so that's too narrow. Yeah.
Like the social skill term, there are many kind of skills under that. So there are.
Okay, so let us say first we will see occupational therapy, and okay, let me take your word. Social skill, okay? Let me just see, because scientifically this is not right way to search, but we will see depending on the documents, okay? Oh sorry, I have to select title abstract. I made a mistake again. Yeah.
We can add more words for social skill.
Okay, your query is invalid. Okay, I made a small mistake. Hold on a minute. Where is the mistake? Yes, I forgot. Yes. So we have to be very, very careful. We will see number of documents. We'll also try to find her gaps now. So Sharvana has to work on tragic characters. She has to work on beautifying women. Okay, we will also do the same search. We will also do the second search. See, there are 0 documents. That is the reason, because the moment when you go with more specific. So first, let data try to tell you what is there. So let's click on occupational therapy and search. Now we will get a lot of data. I'm surprised because it shouldn't happen, because occupational therapy is a huge research. I will have to log on to Scopus and check now. But that's okay. We will try to come back to this. Occupational therapy. Okay. Let me search this way. Sometimes it might take more documents. Yeah. So now I see the problem. Okay. It's because of that thing. So occupational therapy, there are so many. Now let me see if I can, or occupational therapist, okay, or occupational therapies. Alright. Now let us see how many documents we get. The number should definitely increase. So 52,000 documents are there on occupational therapy. Now in this 52,000 document, we have to see more specifically what is it she wants to explore. Social skills, social dynamics, maybe social interaction. Okay, now let us say social skill, okay, or social dynamics, or social exchange or social interaction, social interaction. Okay. So I think I have not made any mistake. So now let us click. Now 52,000 will drastically come down because we are trying to merge the discipline. So now let us see how many we get. We should get probably less than 100. I don't know. We will see if the topic is not too very wide. 655 is a very good number. Okay. Now what we have to do is, now we have to use what is called as the filters in dimensions, because when you search you get 500, 600, 1000 which we have no time to read. So what we have to do is, on the left hand side, can you see here? On the left hand side, the first thing is research categories. Okay, click on research categories. once you click on research categories, you have what is called as fields of research. Click on fields of research. Now here I will click on view more. Now you have to tell me what discipline I need to select, because there are several disciplines. I think the best thing is to select allied health, or health science is too broad. Let us try to make it narrow. Okay, so which one do you think? I mean, you have so many here. Public health, you want to study the context of public health, context of neuroscience, context of linguistics, ophthalmology, okay, social science. Which one is more interested for you? Allied health and rehabilitation science.
Yeah, and psychology.
Where is it?
The fourth.
This one, right? Very good. Okay. Now I am going to select these two disciplines because I need to narrow down my research, because I cannot take everything. Once I do this, then click on add to search. Okay. Click this button and it will now reduce the numbers. And after this, we will try to make it even more this one. So 440 again is too many. I cannot use all the 440 in my research. Now what we have to do is, on the left hand side, can you see here? You have what is called as publication type. Click on publication type. Okay. You have article, chapter, book, monograph, preprint. Select only article. For any scientific research, the golden standards in the world is you need to select peer-reviewed articles only. For Sharmana and for other cases, what happens? You can use book, conference papers, anything is fine, because the number is less. When the number is more, you have to bring it to a doable unit of analysis. So then again click on add to search. So this will be 440 will become 390 now. Still it is more. Okay, still it is more. Then what we have to do is come down. Can you see here journal list? Okay. Now here is where the final magic happens. Click on journal list. Here you will get different rankings. Okay. Now click on view more. Now you have UGC journal ranking list, I think, which is not existing anymore. Let's forget about that. ERA is Australian ranking. I would always recommend you to use PubMed. PubMed is, the PubMed ranking of the medical science. It depends. What I always do is I always use Norwegian register level, because that is the highest standard journal ranking. Norwegian register level 1 is the highest ranking. Or you can also use UGC journal care list 1, but try to avoid UGC journal list because it has no value right now. So Norwegian level register 1 and Norwegian level register 2 is usually highly acceptable. Okay? Or if you really want something to be more reasonable, I would say you can select ERA 2023, that is Australian ranking. Anything is fine. It is the desire of the researcher to choose the database and nobody can question it, because you're trying to bring down this one. I use Norwegian because since I'm from Europe, so Norwegian ranking is much applicable to me. So let us say I will just take Norwegian register level 1, okay, and register level 2, and click on to search. So now from 52,000, finally how much we got? 294. 294 for your entire PhD career is more than enough. For 3 years, 294 is good. Now what we have to do is we have to again download this. Okay. Now in 294, can you see here research categories? How it comes? Okay, this you don't need, forget it. Let us now click on save and export. Okay. I'm going to click on save. Then click on export results. Now here we will do two things. I'll show you another AI tool which you can all download for free, which will help you to identify gaps. So this is comma separated. So let me export this first. Okay, because I want all the 294 to come. So that is done. Again, now click on save export. Then again click on export results. Now this time use second one. Can you see here? Export for bibliometric mapping. This will help us understand some other dynamics. Again, This is again free tool. Click on this, then click on export. So all this will go to your email. Okay, now we'll have to download it. So now what we have to do is, hold on, right? So both the data are ready. Okay, now wait and respond. I think the second one is this one. So let me download both, both versions. So occupational therapy, I'll just put it as OT. Okay, occupational therapy. Now all of you, what you need to do is you can download another free algorithm. It's AI, but it's driven by algorithms, scientific algorithms. Okay, it's called WAS Viewer. It is a free bibliometric mapping tool. It's free, and I have published using this in Financial Times Top 50 journal, so anybody can use this. It's a free software. You can download on your computer. You need to update your Java. If you are using Apple computers, you need to update your Java. If you are using Microsoft Windows, you still need to update Java, which is again free. Okay. So once you download this software, if you click on download and download, okay, you'll have different versions. Select the highest version and download it. Now what we will do is, we will open this application. Okay, it will come in the desktop like this. Let me show you. So let it open and I'll show you. It's again free, okay? Everything today what I'm showing you, all are free tools for your PhD. Okay, you don't have to pay anything for any one of these apps. So once the application opens, you will get a window like this. Okay? Now let us first try to extract this OT documents. Extract all. Okay. Yeah. So I have extracted this one, document. Now please observe carefully. So we will try to identify the pattern in the literature for her topic. Okay. Now first is here you have to click on create. Click on create. Can you see the second one and the third one? Okay. Now first what we will do is we will do the same thing. Do you remember voyant? We did voyant. This also does the same thing in like voyant, but in a much bigger way. Okay. Now the last one, can you see? Create map based on text. You can take a picture of this so that you don't forget, okay? Create a map based on text data. First, what's your name, sorry? Pranjita. See, Pranjita has to understand what is going on in almost 290 articles. She needs to make some sense of these articles, okay? So, create a map based on text data. Click on next. Okay, here you will get different options. Can you see read data from bibliographic database files? Okay, so ours is dimension, so we have to select the second option. Okay, so click on this, then click on next. Here you see Web of Science, Scopus, dimension, length and format. So ours is dimension. Select dimension, and then here I need to feed the data that we downloaded from Excel file, which was bibliographic data. I'm going to select this. I'll go here, then this is the one and this is the one. Okay, I selected the file and I feed it. Then click on next. Here you will get an option: title and abstract fields, title and explain me what is happening in the literature. Because I don't know the literature at all, since I'm only reading, since I'm only trying to understand. So I want this software to help me do that. Select abstract here. Okay, you need to select only abstract. After this, again click on next. So let the WAS extract all the 290 abstracts now. Okay, it has not extracted. So here you get two options: binary counting, full counting. You can use anything, it has absolutely no significance for me at least. Okay, so let us take binary counting, doesn't matter. Then click on next. There are 6,640 defined terms in 290 abstracts. So WAS has extracted them. 6,614 terms, out of which there are 165 terms which have appeared minimum 10 times in the entire abstracts. Okay, let's say for example social dynamics as a keyword has appeared 10 times or more in the entire 290 abstracts. So we are setting the threshold to only 10 by default. Let it be by default. Then click on next. Okay, what WAS is trying to tell us is that out of 165, I will give you the 60% of the most appearing terminologies which will help you to go further. By default, you can choose 60% or you can go with 165, doesn't matter at all. Okay, but let's go with the default value. Then click on next. Here you have to do a very small exercise. Can you see here the term on the top? Can you all see it? Click on it, everything will appear in alphabetical order. In this, now what we have to do is we have to get rid of the terms which are completely useless for us. For instance, article. This article, this review article, so article has appeared many times, so unselect this. Okay? Then author. Okay? Then we will forget about difficulty. Okay? Then further research. Can you see? Further research should do this, further research should do that one. Then hour. Let's forget about this. Okay, opportunity paper. Let's forget about this. Then perception, perspective, play, practice. These are all really good words. Scale. You see, the scale is already coming here. Okay. Then forget about this. Let's forget about subject. Forget about student. Forget about systematic review because it's simple word. Then let's forget about type. Sorry, where is it? Teacher. Teacher, okay, thank you. Then way, week, work, year. Okay, let's forget this and then click on finish. Okay, so we'll get a very beautiful diagram like this. Now here you have to pay very close attention because we are going to identify research gaps and research questions for her thesis now. You have red cluster. Okay, you have green cluster, then you have blue cluster and other clusters. So from each cluster we will pick up some important key terms. But the most important here is, if I just increase this, let's say, can you see the word interaction here? Okay, it's very important keyword. Okay, so now let me just make it a little less so that we can all see. And I'll use frame so that it's much easier. Okay, yeah, okay, this is better. Okay, can you all see now? It's better. Now in red cluster, what is the most important keyword for you, or what is that actually makes you feel very excited that, oh, this is a very interesting one, I should probably think of this. One I can see here is, can you see the word barrier? Okay, because it's an anticlimactic word. So let us try to now just make a note of it. Let's see, first is barrier. Okay, now in another one, red cluster. Forget about client, majority, life, health, role, opportunity. No. What is the other one? Sorry, where is it? Benefit. That's one? No. Okay, I'll use it for you. Benefit. Next, what are the other? Next, let's take one last word. Focus group and perspective are extremely important. Focus group research is really good. Shall I take focus group? Yeah? Okay, so this is done for us. Focus group. Next, let's go back to green cluster. See, what WAS is trying to tell us is that these red keywords have some connection between them. Green cluster, can you see? Child, autism, etc., school. It is related to talking about pediatrics or child development. Okay, so that is why adolescent. So that is all related keywords. So green cluster is trying to explain us that I am trying to tell you that in the context of occupational therapy, the children, category of children context of adolescent is very important. So please pay attention to me. In this red category, this is trying to tell us focus group benefit and barriers. There could be some barriers, there could be some benefits, but there could also be some focus group issues which we need to understand. So in green cluster, what is the keyword we will have to take it? Sorry, let us go back in green cluster. It is completely talking about children and adolescents. So what is the important? Yeah, anxiety and behavior can be taken. Okay, now behavior and anxiety. I think two keywords should be enough because everything else is related to oh, there is a caregiver. Caregiver is an important term for you or no? No. Okay. So language, no. Item, okay. Item is because we have the scale. Okay. Age can be taken? Okay. So let's take age. Age. Okay. So green cluster is done. Now let us go to blue cluster. Very important is scale. Okay. Now measure, can you see measure, scale, measure, score. It is a quantitative analysis, that is why these keywords are coming. So I will probably take what is called as scale, and what else can we do? Occupational therapy student test, significant, no, it's purely quantitative. Let's just take scale, one is enough. Okay. Now let us go to yellow cluster. Yellow cluster is evidence, community, leisure, therapy practice, importance. Does it? Where is it?
Participation. Social participation.
Where is it? I don't see it. Employment, literature, effectiveness, evidence. Social participation. Very good. Okay, thanks for looking at it. Social participation. Okay. So that's enough. Then let us go to the purple cluster. Anything important for you? Improvement is a very generic keyword.
Social skills training. Social skills training.
Social skills, very good. Social skills training. Okay. Now, social skills training. So our job is done now. Okay. We identified what these things are trying to tell us. So we took the important keywords. Now what we will do is we'll have to take some of these important keywords, go back to our 290 literature and see which one is the significant gap. Okay. Now let us say, for instance, I will go back to dimensions here. Now I will click on and let's say okay. Okay, so open the bracket. I will take one of the keywords. Let's say barriers. Okay, challenges and barriers. I'll put it as barrier, or what could be the other word for barrier? Hinder. Okay, hinder, or obstructions. Yeah, obstruction. I hope my spelling is right. Obstruction or obstacles, or no, barriers. We are trying to be use the word synonyms for barriers. Challenges could be, it it can be a barrier, but it can also be this one. Okay, let's avoid that. Let's go with this. Hurdles. Yes, very good. Yes, that's correct. Hurdles. Okay. Now, if my calculation is right, we should get less than 15 documents. I'm hoping for it. Okay. Let us see. Obstacle spelling is right. Obstacle. Yeah, it's correct. Just put it. Okay. So let me see if my calculation is right. We should get less than 15, hopefully. If it is more, then that means, yeah, it is slightly more, 24, okay? So now, this is not a significant gap. Now what we will do is, we will use another word. What was the other word? Now benefits, I think we will get a lot. What was the other keyword here? Social participation, social skills, okay? Now, let us say social skills, okay? Let's see with social skills. I think we might get more, if I'm not mistaken, but we will see. Less than 10, it's a lot. Social skills have been used a lot, so you cannot even think of doing social skills, okay? Now, forget about this one. Let us go with another one. What is the other one? That will also, we will get about social participation, okay? I will tell you when you are faced with these things what we need to do. We'll get, let us say, 30 publication, slightly okay. I think the first one what I took barrier is still holds good, okay? However, we have to find something which is very, very unique. Now, okay, let us say, I will use the word social anxiety. Okay, I'll just use the word social anxiety. Now let's see if the magic happens. Normally it should, we will see. Yeah, do you see now? So this is the most significant gap. So how do I frame this now in the form of a research question is like this. Okay, let's say the role of occupational therapist in let's say we have to be more broader, okay, in exploring and handling the social anxiety among, let us put dash, okay, I'll tell you why, among dash, because we don't know the context. Now we will experiment with context. Okay, how do we do that? Let us go here. Let's say and. I'll put as woman or female. I am not going to put child or anything. I'm just trying to understand whether women are there. Okay. Let me see how many we get. It should be 0 or at least 1, 2. So that's your significant gap. Okay, among, let's say, women with the, let's say women, that's more than 1. Okay, in the sub questions we can decide the age group, etc., etc., etc. You understand now? So when it's all about playing with the keyword, because age is already here. You know, age and anxiety are already here. Now, let us say I am going to take another keyword, which is focus group, because that's something I liked it. So let me remove this. Focus group. Okay, then click on search. We should get at least, yeah, again a significant gap. So occupational therapists have been doing therapies, but they have been doing less therapies or focusing less on focus group. Okay, occupational therapies or therapists are doing a lot of things, but they are not able to explain or understand how to reduce the social anxiety. Social anxiety is different from regular anxiety. Okay, what is social anxiety? I have anxiety to engage in a socially acclaimed group. I have anxiety to engage with social, let's say, interactions. I have anxiety to be part of a social norm or a social group. So that becomes the significant gap, because I'm not saying the literature is trying to tell us. Is it clear now? It's so simple. Finding your research questions, finding your research gaps is half an hour job using these tools. It's not rocket science anymore. All of you are clear now? Now let us say I will go back to her database now, okay? Let me just download the other database, which is an Excel file, okay, in Excel format. So we'll have to do some exercise now. Let's say OT2. And I'll show you another software that you can use to understand, some patterns in the literature. Let me go back here, OT2. I'll extract all the files here. You can use Voyant. I think Voyant I already told you, but I'll show you another keyword. Okay, another software. Now here, let's say I'll open this file again. I need abstracts. Okay, let me hold on. I'll close this one. So abstract. So these are the abstract of occupational therapy. Okay, now let me show you another, where is it, yeah, okay, let me see if this works, yeah, okay, this works, then this works, alright. Now let us say, first is, I want all of you to remember this keyword called consensus, okay, consensus.app, very important, it will help you formulate, write, understand, explore, build your own connections. And I'll take her example and I'll show you, and all of you can go back home and do this one. Okay. Now let us say here I'm going to give a question to consensus. This is scientific research. Let's say, okay, explain me the literature on occupational therapy and its growth and its gaps over the years. I'm just going to give hypothetically to consensus, and I want it to search for me all the literature across the globe and give me some introduction. Again, when you want to copy paste this, be very, very careful. It is better you watch it and you write it. So now it is going to check at least 5 articles for us and write a very beautiful introduction, okay, with references. Now here you see, occupational therapy has experienced significant growth and transformation since its 20th century. Okay. Now I cannot copy paste this, because if you do so, there is an invisible string which will be caught. Now I am going to write this in a different way. Okay, what I will do is, I read the first statement. I read this first statement, right? Okay, how I am going to write is, since 20th century. Now, for the last 2 decades, okay, I am going to go back to 20 years before. For the last 2 decades, occupational therapy has been researched, okay, has been researched for, let's say, 20th century, right? For the last 10 decades, okay, for the last 10 decades, OT therapy has been researched by several scholars, okay, across the globe. Several scholars across the globe. Now, when you write this statement, you have to open a bracket and we need to see who are those scholars. What I will do is, here can you see point number 18? Can you see here, when I click on this? Can you see what is the name of this guy? Perryman Fox et al. 2020. Okay? You go back here and then Perryman Fox et al. 2020. Scientifically, you are safe. This is what best of the researchers in the world do, which they don't want you to know. And I am trying to tell you how you should do it. If you ask any great Nobel Prize winners or any great scientific researcher to comment to, they will tell you, you need to read this, you need to do that, you need to do this. But how? Nobody will tell you. What they do is, in their computer, this is what they do. But when they speak, they try to tell you big, big words to make you confused. That's the problem in this world. If you do this, now, I want to see whether this is AI generated or whether it is my generated. Okay? I'm going to copy this. Okay? Then, I want all of you to open a website called as Quillbot. Quillbot. It's an AI tool again. Quillbot. Okay? Now, I am going to check what is called as AI detector. This is a paid version I have. I have paid for this software. I didn't pay, my university paid it for me. Okay? It's only 10,000 rupees for 1 year. Instead of buying good dress for you, something for you, sacrifice it and buy this software. 1 year 10,000 is more than enough. Okay? Now AI detection, I am going to copy the word and ask detect AI. Let me see, because yeah, okay, I'll add some more words here. Let's say accordingly the growth of OT has been suffering with several research, or let's say with many research gaps existing, such as social anxiety. Okay, just for my sake, I'm just writing this. Okay, yeah. Now detect AI. Please add 40 more words. Okay. Hence, this research will engage in exploring how social anxiety is handled by OT therapists across the globe, and offer some framework in managing the same. Let me see if this is enough. 0%. Do you understand now? This is what you need to do. If you try to copy paste, now let us say, I'll go back to consensus. I'm going to, let's say, copy this paragraph and put it in Quillbot. I'll paste it here, okay? Let us see how much is AI detected. Can you see now? Be very, very careful. You read, you write in your own words. That's what I did. Otherwise, people are waiting to catch you in scientific world. Because the more they catch, the ranking reputation can be brought down. That's why I use this tool. I have paid this tool because it helps me to understand if my own writing is AI. Sometimes even if I write my own, it will show me 2%. And I keep wondering, and then I have to change certain words because the word underscore, familiarize, okay? All those things are ChatGPT generated. So I have to be even more careful now. So this you see 51% is AI generated, which is true. You got it? So this is a free tool basically. It has a limit of, for 1 day I think some 4,000 words, which is enough for you. Paid version, unlimited. But 10,000 rupees for 1 year, instead of your Netflix account, please use this. Okay, or Amazon Prime, forget about that, use this. This will help you. As simple as that. Okay. Now, let us check this tool. Hold on a minute. Let's go to Voyant now. Okay, I'm going to add some of the abstracts from her to see if Voyant is going to show me something unique. Okay, let me go back here. Yeah. Okay, so here I will select let's say I select some 20 or 30, no? Just randomly abstracts. Let us go back to Voyant and I paste it here, then click on review. Let us see if void can show us something. Was showed us one significant gap, that is social anxiety. Let us see if this can show me something else. Okay. Links. Okay. Oh, sorry, terms. Now here we will see what is there in green, what is there. Again, significant, improve, support, important, enhance, pretend. I don't know why pretend is coming. What could be the guess? Pretentious. You can write the word pretentious, you know. Sometimes we tend to pretend that, you know, we are socially comfortable, okay, for therapists. So pretentious behaviors.
Called as like this, I think socially desirability bias.
Social desirability bias and pretentious, pretentious behaviors. You know, we try to just behave pretending that we are okay, but deep inside we are not okay. Something like that. That could be a good one. Okay. Then effectiveness, all the trainings, how effective or how effectively the occupational therapist train adolescents, women, etc. etc. Okay. Creative, that could be a very important. What are the creative mechanisms or creative methods adopted by occupational therapists to reduce social anxiety? That could be one thing. Okay. See, can you see anxiety? It is appearing for us. That means anxiety is the most important keyword in your research. Patient, no. Disorder, I don't know how you interpret, but you can use it. Supporting, qualified, pain, magic, I don't know why magic is coming. Improving, difficulties, again, challenges and barriers. We found, I think, 15 articles, but still it could be a gap. Okay. Support, stress, okay. Repetitive, restricted problem, again, challenges. Neglect, improvements, facilitate, enhanced. Chronic. Chronic is an important keyword. No?
Like it's been there since long time.
Could be literature,
They are
yes.
neglected and
So I'm just trying to see risk. What are the risks associated with social anxiety? You know, that could be it. Then poor. Now, I will try to frame all the research questions here. Okay. Now you see here, the role of occupational therapist in exploring and handling social anxiety among women. Okay. What are the risks associated with social anxiety and how do occupational therapists, okay, creatively solve this issue, okay. And what was the other one we just discussed? Pretentious, okay. Does occupational therapists are able to predict the pretentious behavior among social anxiety or pretentious behavior among social issues faced by, let's say, patients, women, or faced by individuals in general. 3 research questions should be sufficient. So this is how you can actually frame your research. Should we give a break or something, or because I don't mind talking for hours. I'm good at that. No, did you all understand? See, we did not use any paid software so far. All we use is open access AI tools to understand the pattern. Yes.
when you select, you don't select all the abstract.
No, I just selected only few abstract for you to show. When you select all the abstract, then what happens? Let us say
No, we can.
you can even, yes, you can. You can select all the abstracts. There is no harm. Okay? But what happens is when we select 50% of the abstracts, it actually shows, I mean, when we used WASWeaver, we uploaded all the keywords. In the 50% also, we got the anxiety keyword. So, I mean, since experience I'm telling you, but use all the keywords. Tools are free. Did you understand? If you do this exercise for 1 or 2 days, you have already got your research gap, you have already framed your research questions which are scientifically valid. If somebody asks you, how did you come up with this research question, explain them. I use Dimension database. There are more than 300 articles that have been focusing on this particular topic, and among these 300 topics, I adopted WASWeaver and Voyant tools to identify which are those keywords which have been least used or have been appearing more importantly that the people in the scientific world have ignored, and identified 4 or 5 keywords. Then I went back to Dimension to cross verify, and I found that there are only 15 articles that have been published in the entire world. So since these 15 articles are there, I believe these are the significant gap. Whereas another title which we found, I think 166, which was social skills, is not a gap because that has been discussed frequently in the literature, and that doesn't make any sense for us to explore. So that is why I decided to explore the social anxiety as the most important terminology in my occupational therapy research. And the context that I am going to use is how women are dealt with. For example, she can do a comparative analysis of social anxiety occupational therapy between men and women. Whether men receive and perceive and be more pretentious, or whether women be perceived. So that can be a very great study. She can easily publish it in Q1. So your mind should start thinking, and that's all. Reading is important. If you don't see, I have been reading for last 5-10 years, so for me spotting is easy. It's 5 minutes job for me. But you have to spend 2-3 days reading and reading and reading and doing this exercise. If you do this exercise, then sky is the limit. You can only meet your supervisor once you finish your thesis. You tell them, Madam sir, please keep patient with me. I will come back to you after 1 or 2 years. I finished my Ph.D. in 2 years with publication. Those days I had no AI. Now I can write another Ph.D. in 6 months. Very, very easy. That easy it is. Believe me, for you guys it is very easy. When Praveen sir was there, I was there. I mean, for Praveen sir it was more difficult because he had to run to libraries when he was doing his Ph.D. Me, I had some access to database at least, but still I had to read so much. I had to create my own maps. Now everything is click of a button. Did you all understand now? Okay. So, can you all remind me what are the AI tools that we used just now? Voyant for what? Voyant for us to understand, some of the important key terms. Greens, which are positively connoted, red, which are negatively connoted, and which one makes you more comfortable, you use it. Okay, Voyant. Second one is WASPweaver, which is a free open AI tool for you to understand scientific literature in a more sophisticated way. In the sense, it looks like this. To understand what is happening or what are the patterns that you see in the literature. Is it clear for you? The most important patterns that you see in the literature. And next one is, if you want to study and make some basics of your literature research, consensus. Okay? And you know how to use consensus to write also. If you copy paste, gone case. Okay? Be very careful. Now here you see, it is also trying to show some research gaps. Okay? Despite the growth, OT research faces several gaps. Okay? There is a lack of diversity in research population and insufficient studies on ethnic representation. We are filling the gap. Okay? Can you see now? This is the most important. There is a lack of diversity in research. Now, how am I going to frame like this? Now, here what I will do is, as research suggested that there is disparity in research population or the sample used in OT intervention research, let's open the bracket. Our study will fill this gap by exploring how OT interventions in social anxiety between men and women differ. Okay? In doing so, we collect data from Mangalore city, or let's say data from southern part of India, and contribute to this gap by showing dash. After we do the results, we get the results, we write it. Okay. Now for this, here if you see, lack of diversity, mobility. Okay, so let's say this is what's his name? Jesus et al. 2022 and McKinsey et al. 2024. Okay. Jesus et al. 2022. McKinsey et al. 2024. Okay. Now let me just make this a little better in my grammar. Okay. Yeah, by showing how the research is evolving. Okay, let me just correct the mistakes. And let's go to, which is the other software? Willbot, and see if something is, I think maybe 1 or 2% will come because I use Grammarly, but yeah, because I use Grammarly as a tool software when I edit that. This is one of the problems. So please don't use Grammarly. Okay. Let me say here, I'll make it. This study will fill this void by experimenting how OT intervention between men and women may have changes. Okay. Experimenting. See, because I use Grammarly, that is another issue. Okay. If I don't use, then control gap by showing how the research is evolving in the Indian context. Now let us see. It might change a bit, but still it would give a little. Yeah, it increases because I used Grammarly in the beginning. So subsequently it increases. So don't use Grammarly. Write it in your own words. Then this will reduce. At least now you are clear with what is being done, right? Different tools should be used. So I think we should take a gap, I think, because all of you are tired. And then we will continue with another last 2 tools, and then I will show you what you can do with those things. Okay? I will show you how to create mind maps for free. Okay, so there are AI tools that will help you to create mind maps. Okay? But remember to use dimensions, okay? Dimensions is your, see, it will make your Ph.D. from 6 months to only 60 days. If you spend 1 week with dimension and WAS and consensus and this one, half of your introduction, everything is ready. Then what you have to do is you have to start reading, then collect data. So now she will collect data on social anxiety, pretentious social anxiety versus real social anxiety. Some people pretend to show that they are anxious about social. If you see in our schools, people would say, oh, I'm going to fail, but they are the ones who actually get first rank. So they are pretending they are anxious, but they are not. So that is pretentious behavior. Some people are true. They say, I think I'm not going to get good grades, but they eventually fail. So that means they are really anxious. So that's a very good research. Okay? Clear? So let's take break for that.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now we will have food. 45 minutes you have break. Then sub-session we will going to start. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your session. Please have a food. Sure.
space. This is competitor for consensus, but this is good because this actually goes to most of the open access journals. Okay, and I'll show you how this works. Now let us say, what is the importance of occupational therapy for social anxiety, or let's say occupational therapy for social issues. Then click on search. So what it will do is it will again do the same activity like consensus, and it will give you paragraph wise answers with citations, like the top 10 citations. Okay. Now it is going to go with every different databases. Okay. So can you see now here? So it has now identified certain citations. Okay. Now here on the left hand side, just wait because it takes its own time. Okay. It's better to wait for a few seconds so that it helps. This is again a very game-changing AI tool, but you should use this only for your understanding purpose. Don't use everything for copy-paste purpose, because as I told you, it's easily detectable. Okay? Now let us say, summarize this research and show me some relevant gaps. Okay? Click on deep search. Okay. So it will take its own time. The only thing here is it takes a lot of time because it goes through 4 or 5 databases together and to collect the information. Okay. One good thing about this is here you can, I hope this function works. Let me see. It's again paid software, so it will ask for money. But my suggestion is you will at least get some important articles for your topic, so that you can actually take a look and start writing introduction. I will show you how to start your basic introduction. So I'll show you how to write it. Okay, I'll take some. So here, let me see, it is still running. Combining and re-ranking the results, so it will take its time. So let us wait for it. By the time, I'll show you another software. Just hold on. Yeah. See, this is a very interesting one, which is called NoteGPT.io. NoteGPT. Okay. You can simply go to Google, type instead of ChatGPT, type NoteGPT. NoteGPT.io. It's a very interesting software. IO. NoteGPT.io. So what it does, I'll show you one simple example. Now let us say I have an article, which hold on, I'm trying to see if there is an article. Yeah. I have a PDF article which I'm going to upload here. Okay? It's my PDF. So on the left hand side I have taken PDF summarizer. Okay? Here you have PDF summarizer, and I uploaded my article. I wrote this article in 2025, mindfulness. So it will get uploaded, and I'm going to do some exercise with it, because sometimes what happens when we want to read the articles, we may not have the time, but we want to summarize this entire article in a very simplest format. So this will give you what is called as mind maps. Very, very beautifully, it will give you free mind maps, and I'll show you one. Okay. Now this is the article written by my student, Kanika, Mithra, Kari, Cooper, Ahmad, and Shlok. So we have 5 different for your research when you start reading different things. Okay? Can you see the mind map now here? Let me download this for you. This is this very beautiful tool. Okay? And in your PhD, when you write a chapter, please do this activity. It will impress your readers, everybody. Download PNG with watermark, because without watermark you'll have to pay for it. And if you are ready to invest some little money, please invest in these things once in a lifetime. Okay? Download PNG with watermark. Okay? I'm going to download it. Then I'll show you how beautifully it narrates the story. Okay? Just hold on. For first few things it is free, but again, there is absolutely no free tool for creating mind maps. There are, but not as great or as good as this. So now I will open. So entire article that I wanted to read, it has been created into this beautiful mind map. Okay? See, for example, what we did in our research is the methodology what we used. It has been summarized here very clearly. Key findings and conceptual insights it is here. What is the purpose and scope of our literature? Dimension structures, implication directions. This is the entire picture of my article. So this tool can actually help you to identify some of the most important articles that you have. Every day for 1 week, upload 2 articles. Okay? Download 2 mind maps. From Monday to Friday, download 2 mind maps. Saturday, you have almost 10 mind maps. So 10 articles summary has been created like this. Then you create your own mind map. Okay? After reading the 10 articles, I identify. For example, let us say we can do like this. Let's go like this simply. We can simply create, let's say, like this. And here I am going to write occupational therapy. Okay, I'll take an example. Now here I'll do another one. Okay, let's say commonly discussed topics. Point number 1 was the social skills, right? That was okay, social skills. And the other one was no, that was the gap. Commonly discussed, commonly appearing topic. Social dynamics, correct? Social interaction, social participation. Okay, so these are some of the commonly discussed topics. Okay, so I'll put it this way. Alright. Next is I'm going to take another one like this. Let's say I'll put it this way. So here I'm going to say gap. Okay, one is, you remember I wrote a word. One is comparison. Let's say gender comparison. Second one is social anxiety. Third one is pretentious. Very good. Okay, pretentious behaviors. Okay? Pretentious behaviors. Now, if this is our mind map, then what we have to do is we have to create another one. Say like this. So here you can make another this one, and then say methodology. What methods would you like to use it? Did you all understand? Okay. Now similarly, you can also do another one here like this. Then add scope of research. What is the scope of this research? You can add 2-3 points. So create these kind of mind maps when you do dimension analysis. And if you want little more description, you go to this one. This is really beautiful. Every day, just upload only 2 documents. Don't even do more. Okay? Create some 5 to is occupational therapy. Okay, gap, I will give it as yellow color. Commonly discussed topics, I will give it, let's say, green color. Scope of research, again green color. Methodology, green color. So you keep your own legend and do it. Did you understand? So this website, which is called notegpt.io, will help you do a lot many things. Is it clear? This is a tool I want all of you to use, because it is only going to show you in a very crystal and structured way, and saves a lot of your time. You know, we cannot go through everything, and then when you see this one, you can directly go to the PDF and you can highlight it, mark it and keep it. So your job is done. Clear? So this one tool will definitely help. Now accordingly, let us say when I click on this one, summary. Okay? Let's say I just click on summary. So here, as you could see, it has summarized all the key findings. The mind maps have been made in bullet form. Copy these things and put it in Word document. Copy these things, let us say. I hope it works, because sometimes it doesn't allow us to copy, but not yet. The only thing is, it is little, since it's run by huge algorithms, so it takes a bit of time. Copy this notes of 10 articles. Upload these notes into Void tools. Then you actually got your gap. It's even better. You got my point? It's even more better. This will summarize the entire article. It is saving your time. See, you have to read. At some point, we have to read it. Without reading, your knowledge, your interpretation skills will be zero. You have to read the article. Some articles, when you know that, okay, this is important, but I don't need to read, but I just read the summary of this, upload it. 10 article summary as there, put it in a Word document, put it in Void tools, you got your name. It's very, very simple. So Void will tell you which is green, which is red. Then you have found your result here. All these things you can finish it in 1 month. My Ph.D. students finish their Ph.D. in 18 months. They are graduating. 6 months they finish this literature review, another 6 months for data collection, exactly another 6 months for writing the thesis. Okay? 6 these are 18, complete defense. I finished my PhD in 2 years. So I want my students to break my record. So this is very, very simple. I shouldn't be telling this to you, but we have a lot of limitations. You don't have access to database. Dimension will solve your entire problem in your life. You don't have access to understand the literature patterns. WAS paper will give you scientific results in terms of different clusters. Okay? You don't know how to interpret the results and what is red and what is green, what is happening, what is not happening, positive and negative. Void tools will help you. Okay? Now, how do I read an article? How do I make sense of an article? How do I make a notes of an article? This is the way. Only thing is, just don't do this. Keep it and copy paste. Then you will have to start reading. You have to identify the patterns. You have to go in depth of this. Do you understand? I am only showing you the tools that will help you. Now let us say, for instance, if I go to size space. Now size space is acting a little strange. Let me get to this. Can you all go to size space, okay, and click on literature review? Can you see this one, literature review? Click on it, okay. Once you click on it, you will get a window like this. Now here I am going to ask question, okay. Write a brief introduction to occupational therapy, its evolution, gaps and trends. Just like that, okay? And I am going to give search. So now size space will gather all the Headache is gone now. We want only people who are serious. So the entire world is creating this because they want people to make mistakes. How will you fire someone, an academic, who is trying to use this? We have a tool. In our university, we have a tool which will detect any AI software that you have copy pasted. It has the power to detect. That is why, can you see now? So what SciSpace did is, SciSpace actually took the first top 5 papers in the field and wrote the introduction. Okay, let me just move on here. Can you see? This will write for you, but you need to read and do things. There is another software which will write an article for you, which I am not going to tell you. Okay? That let it be with you. Because if you use that, then your mind will become zero. Because you will not put any effort. See, any software today exists in this world which can write an article through scientific accuracy. And I was shocked when I saw that. I like, anybody can write now. So I was thinking, why did I do 2 PhDs? Why did I put so much of effort? My students come with research proposal in 1 day. And I asked, how did you do this? I said, Professor, you taught me this, and accidentally I found this, which I never wanted them to find, but they found it. So that will write the whole article for you. 2000 words article will be written by that AI. Scientifically with accuracy, with AI detection of only 8%. Okay? No, that you will never find out. That it is, believe me, even if you try, you cannot find it out. Because that I know how, because there is a logic to use that website also. And nobody will. Okay, I mean, see, if I tell you, then there is no fun in learning, right? So if you observe the SciSpace now, this is giving you how to start your introduction. Again, if you copy paste this, I will be very glad so that you will be caught somewhere. That is what, see, I'm not joking. These kind of documents have been released so that people like us in our country, we make mistakes. You have no idea how many paper I reject as an editor. You have no idea how many AI detection, I cannot log in and show you because it's confidential. If I log in, let me see if I can show you something. Okay. Let me see if you're able to see this. This is my dashboard, okay? Not this one, just hold on a minute. Yeah, this one, you see, for instance, this is my dashboard in Vijayalakshmi. So there is one article in progress. Okay. Now, if I click on this article, let's say, there is integrated AI tool in this and integrated plagiarism tool in this. The moment somebody submits, I will have to just see the percentage. If it is more than 10%, simply discredit. And these authors will be banned. You can never submit to this journal, especially if it is AI detected. Okay? So if I come down, can you see here? Authenticate, scope match, and then we get all the information about AI also. It is integrated, it will not appear here. The moment it is AI detected, we will get a red message with red flags. So far it is green because it was only less than 8% of identity, so it's okay. The moment it crosses, you can never submit your paper again. So be very, very careful. Because it's easy to copy paste, but it is difficult to write. Okay, that's why I'm showing this to you. Can you see here? Total similarities 9%. Less than 10%, I am okay. More than 10%, simply straight away. Because when the review process happens, this 9% will come down to 4 or 3%, which is okay. Okay, AI detection is visible for the publisher. Why the publisher will be visible? He will send the review. Okay, and they will block you for it. So be very, very careful. AI detection is very easy. And most of the time what I do is I use this one. For example, here you see, I have plagiarism checker, then grammar and AI detector. So I simply copy first 3 paragraphs and paste it here. The moment it is AI detected, I'll understand that okay, I need not to waste my time, I have to simply resolve. That's it. So that's why be very careful. One advantage of size space is it will give you some information and some references. For example, Pettigrew 2017. So she has to read Pettigrew 2017 for sure. You cannot avoid because it has been cited. Okay? Then, gaps in occupational therapy. Significant gaps in historical documentation, particularly regions like Ireland. Okay, this is quite global. So this is talking about the context in Ireland. When we did a search, we got India. So that means occupational therapy is more common in India. And then when you find this kind of information, you can always write like this. Okay. For example, while the literature has focused on developing economy like India, Western economy such as Ireland remains a gap to be explored. You should know how to write. You cannot copy paste it. Did you understand? So this is how scientific research can be done. But if you simply copy paste, then the whole world is watching. And one more thing I forgot to tell is, any document that you upload to ChatGPT or this website, it will be stored in the cloud. And when you submit your article for submission, plagiarism will connect to this cloud and it will show you 100%. Be very, very careful with that. You cannot play around with anything because now it is easy to fire and humiliate people based on this. So you need to be very careful. The moment you upload, immediately it needs to be deleted from the entire source. But if it remains in the cloud, see what happened is we had sent one article to one reviewer. He uploaded it on ChatGPT and he asked ChatGPT to write a review for it because he did not have the time. We didn't know. He submitted it. When the final version of the article was submitted by the authors, authenticate was showing, terminating was showing 98%. I am wondering, everybody are wondering, so the publisher wanted to check the source. Then they realized from this IP address, okay, from this location, a document was uploaded to ChatGPT. And the reviewer we had sent was from the same country. It was easy to catch. You are going to make your life miserable by doing these activities. So be very, very careful. Anything that you upload will remain in the cloud. And ChatGPT terms and conditions, it has clearly written anything you upload becomes their proprietary rights. Because you click on accept and proceed. So be very, very careful now. The case, you will be surprised to see how many articles in India will be retracted in next 2 years. So many. Okay? And I recently, now, in one of the Financial Times top 50 journals, I'll show you one email, okay, which I reviewed, and you will be surprised. I'll show you the email. Okay. Okay, perhaps I will log in. This is Financial Times top 50. And I'll show you very recent example. This is again by Indian authors, okay? Because I want you to know the dangers of this. And one professor is from a very big university from India, okay? Reject, okay. 2nd October 2025, hold on a minute. It must be then here. Can you see here? Now look at this image. This is from Financial Times top 50 journal. See here. I reviewed the paper. Okay, they sent me to review. I said, you know, because everything, the word that they have used in the research, everything was like ChatGPT generated. I sent an email, they did an investigation, they said, unfortunately we have come to a belief that undeclared AI has been used in crafting this paper. JMS has a clear policy with which the author stated they had completed the submission. Given the lack of disclosure and misrepresentation in this aspect, all other aspects are called into question. Therefore, we cannot review the process and have rejected the paper. We appreciate the time and expertise you have volunteered in good faith on this paper and regret the authors have not acted in kind. So I reviewed the paper and I told the editor, I have some doubts. They used the software and they found it. Now those authors can never submit. I mean, if they submit, we know what to do. So they lost an opportunity to publish in FT50 for their life. Do you understand? Be very, very careful. Using AI is easy, copy pasting is easy. But once you are caught in this act, you will be, see, your career will end. Your career will definitely end. So that you have to be very, very careful. Okay? So that is why when you use this size space, take all the information, copy paste and keep it in a document, no problem. But when you read and write it in a very different way. So for example, let us say emerging trends. The use of virtual reality, AI and telehealth is increasingly prevalent in OT practices. 2025, very good article. Okay. So this is one significant gap. Maybe the literature didn't show because we only used the first 50, right? We did not use all the 200. Had we used all the 200, maybe technology would have come. So another research gap for her is how to use virtual reality or how to use technology interventions for occupational therapy to remove social anxiety. So can social anxiety be removed through technological interventions in occupational therapy? So that is a research gap. We have already found a research gap which is social anxiety. But the different intervention mechanisms we are now able to find. Okay, now for example, let us say I have identified this. How would I write this? Okay. Let us say, for example, why research has used for several years the traditional practices to deal with therapies. Okay. In the recent years, Anal and Osdemir. Okay. In the recent years, Anal and Osdemir 2025 emphasized the need for using technology-based interventions, okay, to explore OT practices, okay, and subsequently, in my research, I will explore how technology interventions can help reduce social anxiety. That's it. See, I'm not copy pasting anything, but I'm trying to make sense and I'm writing. Just bear it. This way what happens, your literature will remain scientific, plagiarism free and AI free. Do you understand? So use size space, use consensus, copy paste them in a separate document, don't upload anywhere, read them, rewrite them, make your senses and frame them. Okay? If you want to make this even more beautifully writing, you can, let's say for example, let's do like this, occupational therapy as a concept, okay, existed for more than 10 decades. Okay? Several studies have been conducted about its intervention in dealing with several social issues faced by individuals. Okay? However, there remains a gap on the aspect of social anxiety, okay, which needs attention in the age of growing social isolation. Okay, I'm just hypothetically writing because I'm trying to gather all the words that I read in the news articles, on Instagram, everything. So every one of us is socially isolated because of technology. Otherwise, before people used to step out of their house, meet, greet, do everything. Now everything happens virtually. Okay, for some people this might be a social anxiety issue. Do you understand? So because of this social isolation, age of social isolation, okay, in this context, this research will aim to explore how OT practices can reduce social anxiety among men and women, okay, men and women. In doing so, we will contribute to the literature gap by dash. I don't know who was the author we wrote just before. Literature gap by Jesus et al. And McKinsey et al. 2024. Contribute to the literature gap suggested by Jesus et al. And McKinsey et al. And thus explore contextually how Indian samples would respond to social anxiety. That's it. Even without reading anything, even without making anything, I'm able to write 1 or 2 paragraphs. Now, every day if you write one paragraph, every day, for 1 month you would have already written 3,000 words. Job done. 3,000 scientifically clear words. And every day if you write 10 paragraphs, write 2 paragraphs, every day spend 2 paragraphs. Okay? You would have written 20 pages in 1 week. So 5% of your thesis is already done in 10 days. You understand? So this is what you have to do. Okay? Now, one tool that I wanted to show you is, hold on, right? So I showed you this one, right? Node GPT. Consensus, Node GPT, size space. In size space you have to use literature reading. Okay? Don't use anything else. Now, one last tool is this one. This is called Cider. Cider.ai. Okay? This is again a very beautiful tool which can make your life very easy. Now here I am going to ask Cider, conduct a research on exploring the history and trends in occupational therapy and check, or let's say, and identify if social anxiety is a gap or an issue. It is called Cider. Okay, this is again very, very powerful AI tool. Then click on search. Sometimes it works, sometimes it has bug issues, but I hope today it will work. Okay, it conducts research very, very depth. Okay, means a lot of them. Now, could you please clarify if you ask a research for outlining how to explore? Yes. Okay. See, I'll just say. If this can do this, there is another AI tool which will write your article. But you will know only when I come next year, not now. Okay? But let this do it. So this will write like a research proposal for you. What are the ingredients that you need to have? But you can give any questions to Cider. Because Cider consolidates all the databases. It's very powerful. Okay? It takes a bit of time, but it gives very, very nice way. But the only thing is, you can do this. When you come to defense, you have no idea from where the questions will come from. If you don't answer, again it is true that you have used ChatGPT or you have used AI in your entire life cycle. That's why field data, everything becomes very good. Okay? Now, it is trying to give us. Can you see here? It has already checked 10 different sources: Wikipedia, websites, and sometimes even databases. Okay? But it will take its own time. It's nice, but it takes its own time. if you can click on this, for example, see, I'm going to click on this website, okay? Okay, let me finish. This will give you sources and contents both. The website that is very important for your research, this will give you automatically. Okay? Now let's say, for example, I'll click on this one, okay? If I click on this, it will take the website where the origin of occupational therapy actually started, which becomes very important for us because this has to be present in the thesis. Okay? So sometimes when we struggle where we can find the literature or the website of this one sources, this can actually help. This will scan the entire web pages across the world. Much easier. And then you can start writing. Got my point? Okay? See, I evaluated several web pages that gaps. It will continue and continue and continue until it is satisfied by itself. It will go on. When I give some search, it will take almost 20 minutes. Okay, it will continue and continue because it will go in depth. And what I usually do is I don't copy paste anything from this. I go to this website. Okay, social isolation, loneliness, and potential of occupational therapy. Very important. You remember I was talking about social isolation? See, it appeared. Because somewhere I was sensing this should actually come, and it actually came. Then if you see, it has also even went to size space. Can you see it? This even goes inside size space. So this is a consolidated AI tool, which will give you complete picture of what and which you need to refer. Did you understand? This will make your life much easier because this will give you sources file. When you need some contents to fill the gaps, this you can use. Clear? Any questions? So I just want to check if I showed you about Voyage, consensus, size space, Node GPT, okay, then Cider, and that's it. Okay? My job is done. Now you have to ask me any questions if you have. Now what you have to do is you have to go and practice. You have to go and search. You have to go and check everything. Okay? Most importantly, don't forget to use dimension because you need data, you need literature. You can download the Excel file metadata like this. This metadata is more than enough for your entire PhD. One click download, use multiple keywords. 200, 190, 300 articles. Download them, keep it safely. Use Weaver, use Voyant tools. Analyze, materialize, create your topics. Then go to consensus, then go to size space. Identify what they're trying to say. Write in your own words because the moment I showed you 2 examples of how it can be copied. Okay? Now, another thing is here. ChatGPT invisible watermarks. Okay? And I'm not joking, see here. There is a ChatGPT watermark remover, but that is not effective. Okay? See here. There are special characters and watermarks used in ChatGPT, which can be detectable by machines. There is also another tool to remove the ChatGPT watermark, but that is more expensive. Now, when it removes the ChatGPT watermarker, there is another software which is going to tell you that the watermarker was removed. Okay? Everything is a business. Everything is a business. Okay? So be very, very careful. So you can create your own mind maps like this. Read. Okay, spend 1 week only for reading. Spend 1 week only for doing this activity. Every day, write 2 paragraphs, not more than that. Just write 2 paragraphs of whatever you like. Okay, when you have some doubts, when you don't know some articles, go to this website, create the mind map. Okay? This mind map is a beautiful thing which will give you entire history of the article. 30-page article has been given in 1 diagram. So your life becomes easy to read. Isn't it? So if somebody wants to read my article on mindfulness, this is it. Job done. Every day, make 2 mind maps because
you have two PhD theses. Just make one. Just make one. First one. Yeah. No, don't forget job satisfaction. Go to scope, go to dimension. Let the data tell you. Let the clusters, red cluster, blue cluster, green cluster. If job satisfaction appears, use it. If it doesn't appear, don't use it. Because what happens is you are going to go with deliberate research. When you do a deliberate research, then the difficulty is the role of flexible work arrangements on women work performance, working mothers. Okay. So in IT industry, okay, context is clear. Okay. So does working mothers have higher potential due to work flexibility? That's your research topic. That's all. Or how do work? Okay. Now I'll give you even more interesting topic. Okay. Work-life balance of working mothers in a hybrid work environment. The work-life balance of working mothers in a hybrid work environment. Hybrid means sometimes they work from home, sometimes they work in the office. Don't use the word flexible work. Flexible work means, okay, I had a fight with my husband, let me go to my office and work. That is not a flexible. No, that is how people will ask you a question. What do you mean by flexible work? That is what. Now I'm not feeling happy. You know, my child is sleeping at night 10 o'clock. Okay, let me go and work in my office. That is flexible. Scientific. Sorry. Exactly. Night 10 o'clock should I start working after making my baby sleep? That is why don't use the word work flexible. Use hybrid work environment. That's all. The moment we use work flexible, what happens? You know, we are shooting it on our own legs. So don't use it. So work-life balance you have to identify. In work-life balance, job satisfaction will come, performance will come, everything will come. That's all. Whether they have balance with their work and with their life as a working mother. And thus, hybrid work environment actually helps them. So based on your research, you can say my hypothesis is proved or my hypothesis is disproved. That's all. So that's all. Simple. Be very simple. Don't go with a lot of complications. Be very, very simple. Any other questions?
Sir, side it gives only things that could fill the gaps.
Fill the gaps and for you to read. For you to
Side from where it has
No,
taken.
it will cite.
No, like articles also.
Yes. It will give articles. For example, it's cited in research gate. If I click on that, I'll show you. For example, here I'll show you. I think I just closed it accidentally. I don't know why. I hope. Yeah, it's there. Okay. See, for example. Can you see here? It takes 15-20 minutes, but it gives you beautiful results. You know, cider is like a game changer. But here, if I go on top. For example, can you see? Can you see this? I will click on this. Okay. This is an article. Okay. It has taken the article name. Okay. Now, if I click on here, research name. Okay. This is an article. It will take everything. Article, websites, everything. But one beautiful thing about the cider AI is, you know, it analyzes and gives you some kind of a topic. Now, for example, you see here, as historical, mental health, use of technology, community-based practice, interaction, very beautiful. Okay. Now here you see social anxiety. I asked a very limited focus on social anxiety, which means what we
discovered earlier is also scientifically proven. Do you understand? Okay, now traditional versus emerging occupational therapy approaches. It will give you a complete picture, but if you copy paste this, okay, this is what this it's free to once in a day. You will get all the information, copy paste it, keep it ready, and then you'll have to start writing. But this is something what I like. You know, your entire research is now focused on this chart. Technology, we actually used it. Okay? Incorporation of technology. It is also showing us. From consensus to other things, even this is also trying to tell us that okay, I consolidate everything, this is a care. And community-based personalized care, limited focus on social anxiety. So, both scientifically, both with the support of AI, our gap on social anxiety is still remains important, and that's it. So this actually proved to us. You got it? This is very nice. Use this for your own purpose, but it's again free with limited capacity. You need to do. If you think in one day you want to write the whole thesis, then you'll have to pay a lot of money for this. Any more questions? Ask me if you have any questions, please. Otherwise, I don't know if I convinced you or confused you. Or I don't know, Praveen sir must be thinking, why did I call Mithra? All my research scholars will now use AI only. Nobody will listen to me. Nobody will do research, so he will be more angry than me.
Please ask questions. He's very busy person.
No questions? I think you'll have to just go and do exercise. That's all.
Yeah,
Spend more time.
if we get confused or queries, to ask.
Praveen sir. I have to be very honest, I have absolutely no time. I have several students and I don't respond to some people. They think me that I am very arrogant, but honestly I have no time. I have to take care of my parents, I have to take care of my students there. I have to travel, I have sessions, I have teachings. I work in 2 countries, so don't write me anything or any questions. I don't want to disappoint you because I want to be honest. I have no time, honestly. I am a very busy person, somehow I made time today. Otherwise you have no idea how much my engagements are. I'll have to be honest, but my idea is to share my knowledge. This, nobody will share with you. All the great researchers, they will say, do this, do that, read this, read this. How? Read it. How? You have to, work on. That's it. But show me how. It's just like that, just do it. Nobody will demonstrate like this. That is a problem. That I don't mind sharing. I can share my knowledge, but if you are expecting something from me to collaborate, I have already 77 people in my list with whom I'm working. I have no time to add some more. Okay, if you ask me doubts, if I don't, tell you that, I'll make my effort to explain the doubts, but keep your doubts until next time. The people who ask doubts are those people who did not focus when I was studying. That's the logic. Had you focused very clearly, because I was demonstrating step by step. So if I ask you one simple question, when you open dimension database, what is the first thing you have to select the button? If you remember that, you will not get any doubts. That's it. All your job will be easy. That's it. Okay? Inverted commas, closing the brackets, using and. Synonyms should be used with or. Interdisciplinary terms should be used with and. That's all. So you don't need scopus, you don't need verbal science. And I have published articles using this one. Okay? I think I didn't show you that. But since I published in, it's okay, since I published it in management journal, strategy and management journal, you can easily publish in your discipline because in your discipline not much people use Scopus or this. For you it's even more easy. Use dimension, collect the data, everything. Believe me, writing articles is fun with support of AI, not use of AI. If you use AI like that, now we have, it's easy. We want people to make mistakes so that we can value us.
But sometimes even
when I use Grammarly, it absolutely, because Grammarly is also an AI defined grammar editor. So I have to use different one. I have different tools with me which I use. Okay, so I mean our institution has given us other grammar tools which we use. But most of the times I write it on my own. You just saw what I did. I wrote almost 3 paragraphs on my own. That cannot be detected by you. Okay. Any questions?
Sure. Now our university is making Scopus journals, papers published in Scopus is compulsory for management and social science. Those people are asking a lot of queries. It is very difficult in management and social science. Don't put pressure on us. What is your comment on that, sir?
See, publishing articles now is comparatively very easy than it was before. Okay? If you follow what I showed, the methodology and everything, you can do it. Anybody and everybody can publish in Scopus index journals. There are a lot of Indian journals, there are a lot of Asian journals which are indexed in Scopus. But one request is never ever pay money and publish. All the scientific journals in the world, 98% of them, they don't ask for any money. You submit, they review, you publish. It will be closed access journal, let it be, but you don't pay any money and publish. Okay? Social science, management science is easier, and allied science is even more easier because for them the gaps are much easier to find. Management and social science, if I try to find this gap, somebody would have already worked on. Allied health, nobody would have worked on. See, allied health people will not do the same process what I did. Definitely they will not do it. So, for management and social science, the challenge of writing can be 10% more compared to other sciences. But it is easier for him to write if you start reading. See, for her now, she has to read the scale, she has to read different contexts. But for us, if we once read 1 or 2 standard articles in management and social science, it's more than that. And now I have made your job even easy to read the article. You can create mind maps. 10 mind maps in 10 days. You know the literature more than your supervisors. Life is easy. You have to put effort. If you don't put effort, if you don't sit and read, don't expect AI to do anything. Okay? Because your knowledge will be tested when you come to the ground, when you defense. Okay? And when you send your thesis, now see, I get a lot of theses from so many universities to imagine. If I find even 1 paragraph detected, I clearly copy paste that paragraph and tell them, sir, please ask this student to change for the final version of this one. Because this thesis will be publicly available now. Tomorrow somebody will read and say, oh, you have a AI. Tomorrow people will point at you. Once you get the tag that, okay, you are an AI written author, your career will be in blackness. So don't do that. Write everything on your own. That's what you have to make practice of reading and writing and exercising. Use the tools for support, what I showed, so that your life becomes easier. But write on it. That's clear? Any questions? Yeah. Graphical? Graph in the sense you mean the statistical graphs or
Normally,
like this one? What? That you can.
whether we can able to copy paste or we have to do
doubts, you can ask him. Is okay.
Yes.
He is very happy to answer your questions.
So this is regarding, is there any AI tool that can genuinely list out the Scopus index journals?
No.
Because in the previous session ma'am told like there are many predator journals. So how to find out whether
See,
Scopus
I
index
have cited many predatory journals in my research in the past. There is a website called Deal's List of Predatory Journals. Okay. Maybe some 10 or 12 predatory journals are indexed in Scopus because there is a agreement between Scopus and those journals. We cannot say that because they are predatory, they are indexed in Scopus. The moment they are indexed in Scopus, they have some credibility, some value. We have to cite it. Predatory journals, there are 5 big predatory journals which are never indexed in Scopus. Okay. So anything that is indexed in Scopus, anything that comes in dimensions, those are all indexed journals. Yeah. So predatory journals are like Indian Journal of Science, Engineering and Management and Social Science. Those are all predatory journals. So there is a website called Deal's List. DEALL. Deal's List of Predatory Journals. Okay. If you go to that website, avoid all those journals from that website. That's all.
if any other journals that if it is mentioned in the Scopus index, then we can go for.
Any journal which is indexed in Scopus, whether it is predatory, non-predatory, use it. If it is indexed in Scopus, it has some credibility.
No, in that journal it will be mentioned somewhere in the bottom. Scopus
Where?
index. Can we trust that?
No, that will have, okay. For that, what you have to do is you have to use this website. I forgot to show you this.
Sir, ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವರು ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ I think you are telling that one only.
ಯಾವ್ದು journal ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ predatory ಅಂತ?
Predatory ಅಂತ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ sir. He is telling that in that journal at the down they are informing that it is Scopus indexed, but it is not Scopus indexed. It is a
How
predatory.
to make sure whether it is
I will show you one website. Please. See, some journals are indexed, but some journals are predatory. Okay, now let me show you this one. See, this is one website which is called Deal's List of Predatory Journals. Okay. Now I'll show you one example. So I'll click on this Deal's List of Predatory Journals. Okay. Now here you will have all the predatory journals in the world. Okay.
What is the name of that journal?
Which is the journal you tell me?
You can search it, sir.
Now let us say I am going to take this here. So there are so many Indian journals here. Okay. Indian Society for Education and Environment. Okay, let me copy this. Now there is another website to check your credibility, which is called SIMAD, SJ. You have a doubt in your mind whether this is indexed or whether it has some value. You simply go here, paste it. Indian Society for Education and Environment. Click search. Indian Society for Education and Environment. Okay. It is now having H index of 59. There is no, it is so far 0 Q1 ranking, but it is indexed. You can use this. If it does more safer now. This was indexed in Scopus. Simago will give you a complete, clear, ethical picture whether you should use it or don't use it. Simple. So this is discontinued. If it is continued, then you will have the Q values. Now let us say I will give another one. Indian Journal of Business Research. This is by IIM, okay? I will give spelling correctly. Indian Journal of Business Research. Now I'll just give one click. Okay, I'll click on this. Now, this is Q2. Can you see it? 0.553 Q2. So this is not discontinued, nothing. You can use this. You have a doubt about a journal, go to this Simago, type it and check it for your own credit. If it is not present in this, now for example, I will give you another one. Let's say, let me go to Bill's list and take another one. India. Society for Engineering, Science and Technology. Oh my God. Okay, I will copy this. I will go here, paste it, give a search. Now, Society for Engineering, Science and Technology. No, it is not there. So that means I would not use it. Simple. You got it? Now you see here, for example, International Journal of Advanced Science, Engineering and Information Technology from Indonesia. Now I want to see whether this is, it is Q4. You are safe. You can use it, you can publish it, you are safe. You got my point? So when you have a doubt, go and type it in. Now let us see somewhere something from India. It is not, okay? Let us say, Indian Journal of Science. Hypothetically, I am just giving that. Okay? Can you see? Indian Journal of Experimental Biology. It is from NISCA. Okay? I'll click on this. Discontinued in Scopus as of 2008. Can you see it? That's it. You have a doubt, go here and clarify. Then you will become more credible in your research. But this journal, Beale's list, keep this with you. No? Beale's list of predatory journals. This is very, very important. Because in Australia and all, if you publish in any of these journals, your CV will never go to the inbox of HR. The AI will automatically reject. That's why most of the people, they don't get job opportunities because they publish it. Clear? Beale's list, be very careful. And then Simago, this is the one. SJL, Simago or Scamago Journal Writing. It will give you the credibility. So, you are asking about this one. Make your mind map like this, more than. So, any more questions?
We have to give memento, it is coming. Okay. So meantime we can take tea, then we will leave it. Okay. On behalf of our university and my personal behalf, in the last week I asked him, he told next week I am available, Monday you can fix it. So we fixed our Raghavendra sir and all came today, so it is happening. So this session is a very useful session for us, but you will get a lot of doubts when you will go to use this one tomorrow. Okay, so I requested him in the next January once again he will come back to India. At that time he is agreed to take a 3 days continuous session. At that time hands-on training. Okay, so whatever you are doing tomorrow you will get that out. So if you ask the question to me, I will whether I will tell the solution or not, I don't know. Okay. we are very happy. He has given the beautiful lecture. Most of them you will going to use it. But we need more and we need depth knowledge in this. I requested him, he has agreed. So I am January month we will plan one more session. That is answer. We can't take 60, 100 members. At that time only 40 members or 50 members. We are giving computers and you have to sit with him. 3 days continuous training. It will be very useful for all of us. We can do 2-3 sessions in the next time. Okay. Now something you have opened up. How we can use AI. Don't copy paste it. Everything you get it. So anyone if you ask AI is ChatGPT. Oh, if I ask everything it will give. Okay, but if I take what will happen? That is also very important for us. So we have to use it and we have to take the help. So that one he told very wonderfully. So we are very thankful to you sir for this wonderful session. So and on behalf of university once again I am thanking you. Please we have a tea. Then I will do the okay. Please have a tea. Then last session by Professor Raghavendra sir is all the way from Gulbarga today. So you are going to deliver lecture. He is with us now onwards as a research professor in social science department. He will handle one more session to you. Okay. Please have a cup of ಎಂತಾಯ್ತಾ?
ಸರಿ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
I welcome Professor Raghavendra. He is from all the way from Gulbarga. Today he came here to take one session, and he is with us as a research professor in our university. You can keep in touch with him. So, over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I am Professor Raghavendra from Gulbarga, and year 2023 I have retired from my services. I was a sociology professor in government colleges, and recognized as a Ph.D. guide in Gulbarga University. Under my guidance and supervision, 22 Ph.D. students have completed their Ph.D. in the subject of sociology. And last month, the university authorities have contacted me and asked me to be with us in guiding research students in the social science subject, particularly in sociology and social work. I think, I don't know how come I will be of helpful here, because of all my family responsibilities, I am not able to stay here all the month here. I can be here for 1 week or 10 days in a month. During that period, I will be helpful to the social science students, even to the management students also. I am here at the Mukha campus, particularly I think I will be at social work department. I will exactly where I will be available. So you can take help of me in preparing your research proposal and other things. I think in the last visit also I have presented here my presentation. Madam was with us, and my presentation was on data analysis, data interpretation and report writing. The same topic they have given me to this time also present it, and I think because all of the stakeholders of the audience sitting before me, I think all are at the stage of writing your proposal. I think most of you are preparing to write your proposals, and not even some people, not even majority of you have not selected your topic also. At this juncture, at this time, it's telling or discussing or expressing my ideas about data analysis, evaluation and report writing is very difficult one. But before this, just 5 or 10 minutes, I would like to discuss with you about the prerequisites in selecting your PhD topic. Anyway, today, the day of discussing over preparation of PhD topics. In the morning session, Madam was mentioning about all these things, and in the next section, it's a wonderful session. Professor Amit Anand He was mentioning he was taken us in a dreamland, and most of you people might have dreamed that we can finish or we will finish our PhD in 6 months or 1 year. But don't imagine like that, or don't go in that dreams. This is not possible practically in the PhD course, because you have observed all those techniques and skills and everything. If you learn it perfectly, imagine that you have learned it perfectly. You have created your thesis and everything is okay. And after submission, or at the time of submission, you have to submit a soft copy to your library. I think that might be the rule in this university also. In our university, it's the same. First, it has to come through the plagiarism test. If at that time the plagiarism is more than 10% or it's about 25 to 30%, what will you do? After completion of 3 years, you will lose everything. So, research means you have to first go through with the masterpieces in each and every subject, in each and every discipline. There is having some masterpieces are there. And particularly as I am coming from social science background, each and every subject is having its own theories. Based on theories only a subject or a subject is considered as a science. Sociology is having science because the subject of sociology is to study the society. How society emerges, how society develops, and how society is developing, how society is progressing. For all these things we are having sociological theories, even about human behavior and other things. So our research has to take a theory to support this PhD topic. So he has to link with the particular theory of a discipline to his topic. Then only it will, the findings of the thesis or findings of his research is considered as scientific one. So only just you imagine yourself and find a topic and write your own ideas or write your findings, that will not be considered as scientific findings. But it has to be supported by theories, it has to be supported by earlier findings, or it has to reject the earlier findings, or it has to reject the earlier theories also. Then only it is considered as with the some support of statistical tests and other scientific tests. So here in while choosing your PhD topic, first you ascertain your interest and strength and also the limitations. Each and every PhD course is having its own limitation of 3 years, limitation of budget, and your own personal limitations of personal, family, and other limitations, or financial limitation or budget limitations. That you have to keep it in mind. You are going to you are doing the research to get a PhD degree, not to get a Nobel Award. That one has to understand that one has to work under his or her limitations. We are doing a PhD course, it's for 3 years, and we are not purely working for it. Other assignments are also there of our life, personal life, and other academic life and other life are also there. So keeping all this in mind, ascertain your interest. First you have to choose your interest. Not that she is doing research, so I have to do, and she has taken that topic, so I will have to take that topic, and I will do first before to her. This is not the PhD course. Here you have to, then the strengths also. So after completing the PhD course, your topic must be identified in the scientific area, or in the scientific field, or in the medical field you are doing, or in the management field you are doing. That topic must be recognized by that academic field or academicians. That strength must be there in the topic, and you have to understand your limitations also. Then you have to go for elaborate review of literature. Elaborate review of literature. Already Mithra sir has mentioned how to review the literature. That is a way of conducting research review by using the AI technology. But at the same time, one must visit the library. One must physically take over the journals, and there are some masterpieces books published by some of the earlier researchers in the area, in the field where you are going to conduct research. That masterpieces you must read. My PhD topic is executive functions, a sociological analysis. I have studied the functioning style of Vijayalakshmi, such as executives. So, one masterpiece it was conducted in the 1951, executive functions in Germany. That is considered as masterpiece. So, I collected that book and first read that book. After that, I started my PhD. So, in a particular way, each and every subject, each and every discipline is having its own masterpiece works conducted by eminent scientists in the earlier days. That you must read. Then only you will come to know what my research, how I can go in my research. And also, after conducting having the elaborate review, you have to identify the gap in the area in which you are conducting the research. You have to identify the gap. Then identify the feasible research topic. Only identifying gap is not enough. Whether it is feasible or not. For example, in social science, I am going to conduct a research on Muslims, women, on having family planning methods. Being a male, being a Hindu, whether I can go and contact Muslim women and conduct interviews with the women is not possible. So it is not feasible for me. That kind of feasibleness, this is an example I am giving you. This kind of feasibleness, whether this is feasible for me, whether this is feasible for me with the economy, with the limitations of time, with the limitation of my knowledge, with the limitation of my accessibility with my guide or guide's specialization, my specialization, this kind of academic feasibility, economic feasibility, time feasibility, and all these things we have to take into consideration while finalizing the topic. Because after finalizing the topic, it is like having marriage with a woman. You can marry easily, but you can divorce very difficult. After selecting a topic, you have to complete the PhD within 3 years only. You can't change the topic in the middle of your course. So, think twice, think thrice before finalizing your topic. Whether it is feasible for me, whether it is feasible for conducting field work, whether it is feasible for conducting literature review, whether it is feasible for me and my guide in our area of specialization. All these you have to take it into consideration before finalizing your PhD topic. Then discuss with the research supervisor. That is very much essential. It is very much needed because after lots of work you have done for 1 year, 2 years, 2.5 years, you go to your research guide and show to him. You will say that, oh, I don't know, I am not expert in this. You have not discussed it with me before you finalizing this topic. So I am helpless. If in this way he responded, what he will do? So before finalizing the topic, you sit with your guide. 1 session, 2 sessions, or 15 days, 1 month, you take sufficient time to finalize the topic before discussing with your research supervisor and identify the definite topics also. So like should take considerations availability of the resources. Resources availability is also there. For example, if you are going to conduct a field work based work in the management or in social science area, being a woman, whether it is possible for you to go to a particular area and for example, you want to study on terrorists in Punjab or terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir, whether it is feasible for a woman to go and stay in the Jammu and Kashmir and study. So that kind of feasibility and availability of resources, ethical consequences, consider the limitations of the whether you will have to reach the goals or not within a stipulated period of 3 years or 2 years, which is prescribed by your university. Within that prescribed period, you have to reach the goals. Goals means you have to submit the thesis to the university. Then 31 years of service after guiding 22 Ph.D. students. I am very experienced. In the beginning, students they come to the research guide so that they will dig a big hills. After 1 year, they will learn all these things by seeing the limitations and other obstacles and all those. So, narrow your concentration. So, based on the gaps identified by you, make a precise and focus on the research question. The research question must be a precise level, and the research question must be the hypothesis must be focus level. Must focus on a particular objective. Only 3 or 4 objectives, 5 objectives. Those 5 objectives must be answered. You are easy. Don't mistake objectives of the 10 and 15 objectives or 10 hypotheses that you want to do or that you cannot complete within the stipulated period. And also access the feasibility. Wherever the topic is practical and achievable. After finalizing the topic, you just imagine that whether it is feasible one, whether it is practicable one, whether it is achievable by me or not. You have to question yourself whether it can be achievable by me or not within the practical time or not, and consider the necessary resources also. Sources of literature, sources of my own and economic resources and other resources, data, finding, and all these things you have to take into consideration. Next step is this discusses the experts, not only the guide, also this discusses the experts, research supervisors, professors of your department, and other research colleagues, other senior research colleagues, and cover the topic aligned with your long-term academic and career aspirations. Align with the long-term career aspirations. After completion of PhD, if you go to, because I am doing PhD, not getting local awards, we are getting our PhD to enhance our career aspirations, to advance in our careers also. If you conduct PhD and attend an interview, in the getting experts that is not applicable, this is not so recent, not concerned of society, and this is not applicable to a particular period. Now this is old topic. Why you have attended? In this way the comments comes. It will not help your career. You are advancing in a career in a particular area. You are aspiring for a teaching profession. That should be in the manner. In the management side, you are aspiring a career in the marketing field. Then you choose the topic of marketing area. You want to advance your career in the financial matter, so you choose the topic of related to financial area. Other taxation, income tax, taxation, and other things. So you choose your topic in the taxation area. So the topic you have chosen must help to your career also in the future. That must be helpful to your career advancement also. The gap is also as important. The same time our career advancement is also very much important. So control the topic align with your long-term academic and career aspirations. Your career aspirations and academic aspirations must be the PhD degree you have gotten. The degree you have achieved. If you show the issues, they will welcome the new that very good. You have chosen a good topic, very good. You have needed the second candidates. We are welcoming you. In this kind of process must be among the processes. Not like there was this old topic, this is part. So it's not only helpful to your career aspirations and academic also. And think about the impact also. After conducting research, any research, it must be impact what I am, my evaluation, my peer also. In social science and management field, more number of students come out doing the research. Whereas in medical and particularly engineering field, very less number of aspirants come for PhD. But the research funding of the engineering, civil engineers or mechanical engineers or computer engineers or medical doctors, those fundings are immediately applicable to those society. As we find, we have conducted our social science people, we come out with the definite findings, and those will be helpful in, we say that our findings will be helpful in policy making. But who makes policies? Politicians make policies. They only take those findings which are helpful to them. And most of our findings will be kept in the life tax only. Whereas findings of the medical and nursing, allied sciences and engineering, they are practically applicable to the common people in the society. Immediately they can be implemented in the society and more helpful to the society. So more and more number of people have come out in this, from this area to conduct research. So we just with the research and finalizing the topic of research only after having a recent friends and other. Thank you. And just I would like to add something Madam was mentioning in the morning, so that while mentioning Madam was saying that qualitative and quantitative mixed method you are mentioning. Qualitative method, and I would like to give some examples of qualitative method, quantitative method and mixed method. In qualitative method, they never apply statistical tests. The graphs, diagrams do not give the area qualitative. Just one example. In the study of tribal community, where we apply qualitative method. For example, in OPV tribes, given up to writing your thesis. And if you have some review, so I will be here 1 week in a month. That date will be decided by Professor. I'm really so actually data analysis, interpretation, and report writing are project here because all of the students are at the stage of preparing proposals. So at this time, if I project the data analysis, interpretation, and report writing, it will become useful for you in the future. I will definitely hear only and will help you with each and every aspect of this. I'm very much used to all the research methods. When you use all the research methods, practically all the research scholars until years so Srinivas University, Mangalore provided me a great opportunity even after retirement of 2 years. All of my friends and family members wondered how come you got to Mangalore? This Mangalore University, how it has identified, I don't know how this is about me and anyway, I'm very much interested in academics and very much interested in research work and very much interested in interacting with the students while I'm man with the more and more parallel is very easy with you, will be like a senior friend with you or like your elder brother with you. So anytime you can take help of me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful session by Professor Raghavendra. Sir, thank you for your wonderful session. Finally, we are not going to the last session. I want 1 or 2 people, if you give your feedback, we'll go to the distribution of the certificate and we will find. Anyone can give the, we will give the mic there. You can give your Reddy. Anyone please give your feedback. Putira. You are ready.
Myself, I'm doing Ph.D. in management, and today is a wonderful day for me. My HOD was made me to come here for attending this program. So the session which we got, the 3 was a day of the 3 sessions. One is theoretically we want to know about what is scopus. As a researcher, you don't know where to go and what while doing the scopus. And second thing, we understood what is AI tool, what is the advantages as well as disadvantages also. And by the first time, he was thinking about data analytics, so I told that as a first stage that we know the research what is altogether. So it was a wonderful session, and thank you for all the research persons who did the session today, and thank you.
Thank you for everyone. Today we are running this session. Thank you to everyone. We are they are giving the certificates. While registering now, you have not mentioned the name. What is the college name? If you tell, they will write it and give it to me here. Please collect it and we can be. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.